Good morning, everybody. Welcome to our 2024 board retreat for the Marin Municipal Water District. I think we're looking forward to a very productive day that builds upon a very productive strategic planning process that has been underway for the last 6 months or so. I'd like to thank district staff, consultants, and board members for all of the effort that has gone into getting us to this point where we can really take now the strategic objectives that we've established for the water district over the next 5 years and begin to actualize those through annual planning processes, which will begin today. Great to have the participation of our colleagues from the public. Looking forward to all of their inputs and insights. And a special thanks to staff who have helped organize and bring all of this together. So very much appreciated for all of that. And with that, we'll begin.
Thank you, Ranjiv. Good morning. Today, following the extensive effort in developing the 5-year strategic plan, as you know, today we're here tackling year 1 of the plan, developing detailed actions for the coming year. The actions in this annual work plan we'll be reviewing today were informed by the strategic plan, of course, and were selected from the 5-year plan based on priorities, based on available resources, and in some instances, kind of a natural progression of year to year of the strategic plan projects. A few considerations as we go into today. The first is that we're talking about year 1 of the 5-year plan, right? So by definition, we aren't tackling the entire 5-year plan in year 1. And I did keep reminding staff in developing it, I think you'll see it to be rather ambitious. It's certainly not 20% of the strategic plan. As I talked about as we reviewed the 2023 annual plan, this is not the work of the district. This is selected strategic initiatives that we want to tackle over 5 years and over the coming year to advance the district in key strategic areas in policy arenas. And what I mean by that is Darren's division, for example, operations, that's day-to-day work. And really, it's the most important work we do because it keeps the water running 24/7. But we don't find much of the work of operations in the strategic plan. So the way I think about it, we have this base load of work, and that's throughout the whole organization. The laboratory that does regulatory sampling and analysis day to day, we don't have that work in the strategic plan or the annual work plan. And I'm talking about it because I do want, of course, the board, as you understand, and the public to recognize there's so much work of the district that really does not find public-facing opportunities in a routine way. And then lastly, as I noted, this is an ambitious work plan in my view, and I think you'll find that as well. And when we do a plan like this to stretch the organization, I'd just say similar to perhaps a 2023 plan, I go into it thinking, okay, maybe 70–80% success of what we're laying out today. And we'll see how that goes, and we'll be doing quarterly updates going forward. We have a full day today and some goals as I'm thinking about today. We want to get largely through the 2024 strategic work plan. And what I mean by largely, if at the end of the day, we have some follow-up actions to modify the language. You know, there may be some easy things we can capture today and kind of edit on the fly. There may be some things staff wants to get back to you on that we would come back with some minor updates, hopefully, at a upcoming board meeting, if we need to. But I think to be thinking about that way makes sense. I'm hoping, and I'm sure it will be an informal and engaged discussion today. I hope we are able to keep moving, and we have Charles here to help us with that. And I'm hoping everyone enjoys the day, of course. So if there's any questions or otherwise, I'll hand it over to Charles. Great, Charles.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Charles Gardner with Catalyst. I have very brief comments just about process today. Staff has done a fantastic job of basically moving to the next level of detail on the goals and objectives that are in the strategic plan. And our process has worked, I think, quite well in the last 6 months, working with the board, with staff presenting the goals and objectives and discussing those. And so I anticipate the process being very similar today, with the staff working through each goal and presenting to you the next level of detail, as Ben just said, of really what's the focus for the next year. And we can have some discussion among board and staff, maybe a little bit more informally than usual with the board. And then at the end of each goal, there'll be an opportunity for public comment on the issues that are discussed around each goal. I'm going to take a very light touch today in terms of facilitating, because the conversation has worked really well with that structure in the past. We have a flip chart here that if there are things that are follow-up actions or things that need to go into a parking lot to be discussed in the future, we can record those. But the primary purpose today is to really get your discussion, your guidance on the specifics of what's happening in the next year. I think, as always, I caution against getting into too much into the weeds. We want to keep it focused on priorities, key things to pay attention to. But again, I think you've all been really successful at that in the discussions we've had in the past. So with that said, I think we should begin with Goal 1. Paul?
Good morning. Great thing about Goal 1 is that you're first. So nobody has any benchmark on which to judge whether you're doing a great job or you're just blowing it totally. So I know which one I'm hoping for, but you guys will be the judge of that going forward. I think as we get into it today, a couple of things just about the structure of the slides that you're going to see. You'll be familiar maybe with the first couple of slides from the strategic plan itself, as it outlines the goal and the actions and objectives. And then the sort of the latter slides in each of the objective areas, you'll see the attempt that we've had to bring the strategic 5-year plan into an annual plan. And some of those elements, while you may be familiar with the 5-year large roll-up action, but there may be some questions that arise over the specifics of what we're attempting to do in this current year. So before I start getting Ben circling his finger at me within the first 2 minutes of what I'm talking, I'm going to get going because we do have a fair amount to get through today. But that said, as we go through, just stop me, ask any questions, obviously, as we go forward. Okay, Goal 1, reliable water supply. And you can see our 5-year objectives here really are around reducing potable water use and augmenting our existing supplies. Not forgetting, of course, that while we're supplying water to our customers, the quality of that water is important. And our goal is to continue to provide high quality water to our customers. And all of these goals are sort of supported with partnerships that we have, both existing and ones that we would like to enhance going forward. So with that said, reducing potable water use. I think we've seen this slide before. The objective 1 here is reducing water use and waste by 800 acre-feet over the next 5 years to conserve our resources and ensure we meet various regulatory standards for indoor and outdoor water use on a per capita basis. And we're on track to do so. And you'll see as we look at this objective here, you'll notice the little check marks off to the side of the actions, A through F. And that indicates that each one of those has a place in the annual plan. So something is happening when you see a check mark next to one of those bullets. It means that that bullet has something happening in the annual work plan.
Paul, if I could just
Yep.
jump in on that slide. So it does just so happen that I think in Paul's goals, most of, if not all of them, are checked. There'll be others where not all of these are necessarily checked, and this could be the time, or following getting through this goal would be the time, if there's questions why certain ones are not checked for year one. So anyway, that's the intent of the check marks, to have that opportunity of everyone seeing the selected actions and objectives for year one. Thanks, Paul.
Thanks, Ben. So without further ado then, this is how we're presenting the annual work plan for this objective one. You'll see in the left column, I don't know, does my cursor show up? Yeah, over here, it's taken straight out of the 5-year action, the 5-year plan. And so you can see A through E on this slide. The next column over is the work that we're planning to do in this current calendar year. And we've placed milestones, a timeline at which we want to achieve each of those goals. And this format will hold throughout the presentation. And we try to provide an indication of whether what we're doing this year is within our budget, or whether we think maybe there's an opportunity for us to need more funds. So without further ado, under bullet A, which is our water efficiency concepts and strategies, our goal is for this year to complete the WEMP, is short for Water Efficiency Master Plan, and begin implementing it. And the board recently received an update on this, and I think we're planning to come back in May to wrap that discussion up. But before that May meeting, we're hoping to get a workshop with the board. I understand a few of the board members have responded that maybe May 1st is looking like the best day. So if you haven't responded yet, please get back to Terry on that one. Help us achieve our Q2 target for that particular work. And then following on in terms of efficiencies, we recognize that, and while it's shown here as by Q2, evaluating the incentive offerings that the district has is something that is going to be an ongoing thing for us year in, year out. So you may see this type of thing come back in a couple of years' time. But what we're talking about here is just evaluating the effectiveness of the incentives we're offering. And we know, I think, from water efficiency incentives that there's a couple components, one of which is participation from our community. Is the incentive that we're targeting and offering, is that resonating with the community at all, and we're getting a response from it? And of course, there's a financial aspect. If you're thinking turf, is $1.50 the right number? Is $3 a square foot for turf the right number? And how does that affect participation? So we really want to evaluate these offerings and make sure that they, of course, align with the Water Efficiency Master Plan. And then there's a note here, of course, the second sort of bullet under B is seasonal water efficiency campaigns. And we've already seen some of this if you've been paying attention to our social media. Our outreach group has had a few customer success stories of different types to illustrate how people are taking advantage of the district's incentives and offerings. But also on our website, we have the bill sort of efficiency estimator, which is on there, and it's geared really to allow a customer to go in a fairly simple way, enter some data, and understand whether their indoor water use is efficient or not. So those are some of the types of things that you've seen Q1 already occur, and you're going to see continue to occur throughout the rest of the year. And of course, a number of events and displays that we'll be hitting as well along that way. And then under implementation, so water loss, I think the board had a recent update on water loss. And so we understand that water loss is just a component almost of doing business. When you've got nearly 1,000 miles of pipe, there's going to be some losses. And if you remember, the explanations around the water loss calculation were around, some were real losses and some were sort of accounting type losses. And what we're targeting in this incentive is really the real losses. So how do we reduce the amount of water that's lost and not billed? And we had an indication, right, just a hint from Carrie at that update that there are some technologies maybe that can apply in this category, thinking around the lines of satellite imagery to help the groups pinpoint where leaks might be, or at least areas where those leaks might be. And then other technologies, such as acoustic technologies, that do a similar type of thing with perhaps a little different way of achieving the same end there. And of course, those are, depending if those recommendations pan out in the water loss study, then they're not free. So we have to do an evaluation of what that's going to cost, right? If it's satellites, you're buying a subscription to the satellite service, and it's $100,000 per pass, and how many passes would we want to have, and so on and so forth. And it's a similar story with the acoustic analysis. And in terms of industry association participation, we're participating in the Water Research Foundation's Residential End Use Survey. This is a survey that they do every 10 years or so, and there are 20 or 23 agencies across the nation that participate in this survey. Now, the last time they did this, Flume wasn't in existence, so they used little data loggers and things like that to try to capture how water is being used within a household. With Flume and the algorithms and sort of techniques, that Flume apply, it seems likely that this end-use study will probably avail itself of some of that technology. And then item E here is around technology and application of technology. And I think we all know and are excited to understand that the district is moving forward with the deployment of AMI. And to that end, recognizing to one degree or another that this is a complex, whether you buy that in terms of the actual technology itself being complex, or the integration of that technology into the district's current billing and software packages. But just even if that were not the case, if it were not a highly technical leap for us, understanding that a project of this magnitude is very expensive for the district to undertake, and any large project, beyond not just getting it set up for success in the early stages, needs assistance and help in keeping it on track. And so to that end, we're proposing to bring on an AMI program manager, and that's going to be happening in Q2, so pretty shortly here. And then that program manager will be involved in helping us define and sort of participate in the pilot testing to help us make sure that we have the most successful AMI deployment that we could possibly have. And then the last item under this objective is a policy review. And in this area, we're looking principally at the gray water ordinance. There, of course, all ordinances are fair game, but that's one that comes to mind, and we'd like to tackle that fairly quickly in Q2. And then lastly, making sure that our landscape ordinance is sort of copacetic with, aligns with the current state rulemaking process. And that's a bit of a moving target at the moment, but we'll keep on top of that. So any questions on Objective 1?
Maybe I can start, Paul. Is there any, how are you thinking about reduction targets? So we have the 5-year goal of 800 acre feet in savings. How are you thinking of that on an annual basis? Are you setting any goals for this first year?
Yeah, on an annual basis, I think our goals are, I think it's 160 to 200 acre feet per year is what we're targeting. And those goals were established, looking at our past practices, past participation levels, and, our experience during drought, and using that as sort of the benchmark for an optimum level of participation in some of the incentives that we were really pushing as hard as we could, and then adjusting to sort of more normal year expectations on that. So these have been fairly well looked at in terms of the level of acre feet savings and targets.
I think when we talk about water supply development, we'll be touching on the importance of understanding demands and ensuring that we're what we're doing is aligned with what demands are going to be looking like. So obviously, factoring in our conservation goals here is going to be a big, and our progress towards those goals are going to be very important for the new supply planning. So,
Yes.
yeah, look forward to, continuing that discussion sort of side by side, demand versus supply.
Okay.
I'll add a question around, and I'm particularly interested in our in the seasonal water efficiency campaign. And maybe this is a question as much for Adrian as for you, Paul. But I think this upcoming summer is a really important opportunity for a variety of reasons. A lot of folks their highest water use in a year occurs during the summertime. With rate increase, people are going to see a bill that is maybe the highest that they've seen. And that for the high water users, that will be particularly true. And I think we have a really rare opportunity at that moment because we'll have people's attention around a new bill, to recognize their water use and what can they do. And I think that's a really important time to reach out to folks and garner their attention before people just get used to their bill cycle again, and then people don't pay as much attention. I think also with how much rain we've been getting, we're very thankful for that. The downside is that it takes people's awareness away again from conservation and efficiency, feeling like there's an abundance of water. And so I think this is a really important season to be able to capture people's attention and to keep that the conservation ethic and mind frame in place, because next year we could be right back in an extreme dry year. So I don't know if there's any more details or thoughts about how to take advantage of that campaign for the summer season.
So it kind of brings up a good process point, perhaps. So as you were talking, Monty, I was thinking that we have most of that in there. And when we're kicking off the campaign as part of the Comms and Conservation Committee, we'll be bringing details of the campaign. What we're looking for generally is, but with that clarification, do these actions under this objective meet the board's desires?
Gotcha. Not to go into details, but just yes.
Well,
go ahead.
I think I'm trying to catch, are there potential tweaks to this? And what I heard is kind of you'd like to see more about the seasonal water campaign strategy as it unfolds. And yes, that will be brought to the board at board meetings and committees. The key here is, I think, are those high-level actions consistent? And I felt from what I heard, they probably are.
I think we're light on how much we can save, but I'm glad we're setting a target. And if we beat it, maybe we can relook at it and try to do better.
Okay.
Paul, if I could just add one thing on the AMI program rollout, because it's exciting that we're bringing in someone to take that load off and not throwing it on staff's shoulders right now. So I'm very supportive of that. And in terms of a deliverable milestone, it'd be nice to see a time frame of rollout, potentially, like a draft rollout of the process for the next few years by the end of this year. So we have an idea of where we're going with this. So as part of the deliverables from that new staff.
Yeah, I think that's consistent with the way we're thinking about it. And part of the reason for bringing on a program manager is to make sure we have that level of communication, setting our expectations, what are our needs, and just addressing all of that.
And I think that's one that may, we could add a third sub-bullet under AMI and develop a project schedule. And I think that would be a good task, as the program managers helping to design the pilots would also be looking at a schedule, at least an initial schedule for the board and all of us to look at. So we'll go ahead and make that edit.
Great.
Sorry, Paul. You noted, that on item C, the implementation of water loss and leak control, there may be some decisions made based on costs and available funding. But I also see under AMI that additional funds may be needed. How are we thinking about that?
So in terms of the pilot that we look at, the question, one of the fundamental questions we'll have is, do we already have enough AMI units out there to conduct a successful pilot? And there's different, as we've been chatting about it among staff, right, these are all existing customers who are kind of used to AMI. How do we capture a new customer experience with AMI? Is there some difference there? And how might we think about the different levels of support for different customers, and what are the different outcomes we might achieve with those different levels of support? So costs, it's just sort of a hedge at the moment in terms of we're not sure exactly how far-reaching the pilot will be, and we'll come back to you. Okay, objective 2, then augmenting existing water supply. And I think the board and the public have seen this quite a bit, so I'm not going to dwell on this. Again, the check marks indicating that there are items in our annual plan reflecting these actions under objective 2. And so we'll just jump into the work plan for this item. So the water efficiency actions, we've already just spent some time on, so I'm not going to go back through those, and they'll be ongoing through Q1 all the way through the end of the year. We hope the board knows that engineering are currently engaged in designing a pipeline from Sulahooley Pump Station discharge, which currently discharges to open channel and flows across land into the reservoir. We're hoping to enclose that into a pipeline to Nicasio. So engineering are looking at the design for that right now, and the hope is that we'll be ready with CEQA and finished design by Q4. Similarly, the design for Sulahooley Pump Station electrification is underway, and we're kind of in a holding pattern at the moment as we think about the conveyance project for water supply and making sure that the two projects consider each other before moving forward on this pump station electrification. There's a fundamental capacity question that we need to resolve there. And the board has heard, obviously, updates recently, the capital update that Alex gave on the Phoenix to Bontempi project, and that's moving along. The first phase of that project will be installing some pipeline and a tunnel, and we're hoping to get that going this year. So the first phase of that's going to be moving. And then the stream release project is ongoing. We've installed the physical infrastructure into Lagunitas Creek. They've managed to bring the data back to the district's headquarters, and we're starting work on the algorithm for that. And then the next phase of that project will be sort of repeating those steps in Walker Creek for the Sulahooley release.
Paul, I just wanted to note, remind the board, because it is so important, the Sulahooley to Nicasio pipeline is a project that we're targeting to draw down the WRDA funds. In fact, we have a site visit tomorrow to be talking to them about that. And that's really key because, right, it's 20-some million that we have sort of as an earmark, but this is the next step to actually make it real and begin the drawdown with the hope down the road it can even, that the WRDA dollars can be augmented further as we're successfully implementing these projects.
Thanks.
Paul, I think I might suggest adding in a number 6 for year 1, that we really need an emergency plan if drought kicks in again significantly. We got caught with having to scramble last time and looking at pipeline across the bridge, et cetera. So when the next drought happens, it could be less than a year from now where it stops raining. So at some point we need to have that plan in place where we know we can kick in and find augmented supply, because we're not going to be able to conserve our way to save us.
We can take a look at that, yeah. Okay, B, unless there's more comments on A, I'm just going to roll through B and then come back at me. So on the medium-term projects, I think the board and the public are aware that on conveyance and storage, they're both in similar positions. We're working through the definition of those alternatives to make sure we leave nothing, no stone unturned. And then for conveyance, we're looking at a proposed preferred alternative, sometime in June. So within that Q3 timeframe for sure. And then the next step after we select a preferred alternative is to decide whether we move forward with this 30% design that will help us support environmental work that needs to be done on that project. Similarly with storage, though I think the date lags a little bit, it's August 6th. We're targeting that board meeting for the proposed preferred alternative selection. And then a similar process where we'll need to move that project further along into design to support environmental work. In terms of the Petaluma River desal, so those were our three big kind of medium and long-term plans that we were working on. This work will be, I think we'll be in a position to come back to the board with sort of a feasibility analysis and new costs on that project in Q3 as well. And that project, we may decide at that point that we know enough about it that it gets parked for a while we work on the other two, but there's some sort of strategic decisions the board will be making on those.
Paul, just a reminder on conveyance for me. In this case, we're both trying to optimize the existing system, remove bottlenecks within the existing system, and also expand capacity so that we are better able to import the current allowable maximum that we can from Sonoma Water if needed.
Yes.
But we're not planning for additional imports beyond the current maximum. Is that also a consideration for improved conveyance capacity?
It's possible under the current contracts with agreement from our partners in Sonoma and the other contractors. We could today, if we had the facilities, bring in more than we were contractually allowed for. In other words, we'd be utilizing, say, North Marin or Petaluma's excess allowances for that water. So trading, if you like. But at the moment, we don't show a need for more water from conveyance. If you recall, the conveyance strategy is all around winter water and bringing it in over a 3 or 4 month period. So building in sufficient capacity to really grab more than the 14,300 acre feet that we currently have under contract would be very, very challenging.
Paul, I know in Objective 3 you talk about our recycled water agreement with North Bay, but I kind of feel like we have discussed not recycled water as a major investment necessarily because the costs seem pretty high, but we did discuss having some smaller investments in recycled water. Potentially there was a Mill Valley site that used to have recycled water for Friends Field and Bayfront Park that was only a several $1 million project, and it's a little bit expensive, but it's also a way to help insure us against drought in the future. And I'd encourage us to look at smaller items like that we can just continue the effort as we were leaders in recycled water in the 80s, and I think we're dropped a little behind, and I think that would be a good idea to investigate in the medium term.
Paul, you're planning to bring a discussion to the board on recycled water. When is that, offhand scheduled for?
That's on the 19th.
So, right, so March 19th, we're going to bring really a detailed update to the board, and that'd be a good time to talk about some of these smaller projects. The roadmap indicated, as you're aware, that we'll pursue Purple Pipe expansion projects with grant support. So we'll look at where we are, where the opportunities are, and also give the board an update on the DPR regulations and what things look like with California in that regards as well.
So it kind of should be in here then, right? Because we're doing it.
It's in the,
Next objective, as you noted.
yeah.
So maybe I should move to the next objective if we're ready.
Hang on a second.
Yes.
What's the status of the Northgate expansion? I mean, I've seen some heat in the paper about it. Is it going to happen? Converting them all to residential.
It seems like it's moving forward, yeah.
When would they be scheduled to pay their connection fees? If, you know, 'cause that's kind of when you see it, it's really happening.
Right. I don't know the answer to that.
A year, you think?
Don't know.
Okay. And the next question, it seems to me, is you answered that there's no need for additional Sonoma water, but that's in part because of the way we distribute it, I think, that it only goes to the east side of our district. It seems to me that one piece that's missing is some kind of a pump station to push the water backwards through the system and push it up from San Rafael, Tiburon area into the rest of the system, because, you know, it's just limited storage down where I am, the Round Hill and those places like that. But if you had a pump station that would shoot it up the hill, then you could do a lot of things. You know, it's a fair amount of head. And I don't know how the piping system is. It's probably not set up to do that, although it probably is pretty strong, because under gravity, no flow situation, it's going to take the full head.
So this is water from Sonoma, and I think you're talking about moving it south, or are you talking about recycled water?
Moving it west.
The water, Sonoma water, supplemental water from Sonoma.
Yeah. You said there was no need for additional water when the question was asked. But if we had a place to put it, there could be a need right now for additional.
Right, which is why we're targeting conveyance to storage.
I understand that,
Yeah.
Paul, but I'm saying what we already have, without building anything new other than a pump station. Could we then pump the Sonoma water uphill?
There are some extensive system improvements that we would need to be
Sure,
able to
sure.
do it. There are a few little things that we've already done. One, for example, I think it was replacing an altitude valve at one of the tanks on the way up from Lucas Valley, and that's increased the capacity of that system a little bit. So we can do some incremental things, but it doesn't amount to allowing us to utilize our full service area demand in the wintertime, for example, for supplemental water.
Right. And what I'm saying is, what would it take to do that?
Right, and if you remember, we talked at the last update on conveyance about these in-system improvements. And
The pinch points.
exactly. And some of those, there's a number of them. And we want to make sure that we model that system correctly and come back with kind of that minimum package of improvements and how much you get for each one, and that sort of analysis for the board. So, and those we think will be sort of separate from what we're talking about here as supplemental water. There's a lot of intrinsic value to those projects, even outside of water, around seismic, just replacing pipes in our system that need to be replaced and upsizing capacities. So more to come on the in-system improvements, but it's a valid point.
Did we get anywhere with the fire flow possibilities, connecting that into fire flow as convincing the fire chiefs that it's a problem?
As soon as we know which ones we want to target, and then we'll open those discussions.
And they are primarily like small diameter pipe that's just in the way?
Yeah, there's the system isn't designed to move water to the south
No.
or into the Ross Valley. So those are the two kind of main thrusts of our in-system improvements. And one of the major bottlenecks moving south will be the San Quentin pump station, and then that pipeline along Sir Francis Drake there past the mall, and as we go onto the freeway, and even all the way up Bon Air. Some of that pipeline needs to be replaced. But, we're getting into a lot of the details that maybe I think this general work is kind of capturing that idea.
Paul, sorry, I don't think this is too much more additional detail, but there is a point that I get confused upon, and I want to push on it a little and maybe also hear some input from our board members that sit on the Sonoma WAC, which is, we know that there is some uncertainty around water supplies from the Russian River linked to changes in the Potter Valley project. Do those, I'm not clear if those affect our current agreements with Sonoma Water, and probably not, but do we have to make decisions around conveyance options, or are those decisions going to be influenced by what we see happening with the Potter Valley project, or what we understand? In other words, how does the uncertainty around the Potter Valley project influence how we think about additional conveyance?
Yeah, it's a very important question. I guess the short answer, very long answer, but a short answer version of it is, again, we're targeting winter water for the conveyance mode projects that we're talking about. Potter Valley has a relatively small contribution to Russian River flows in the winter. So its relative importance in wintertime scenarios is reduced over, say, a summertime pattern of demand. If we were trying to feed our summertime drinking water demand, and that's how we were going to approach it rather than going to storage, then I think it might be a really important question for us. But the importance factor of the question is reduced greatly because of the wintertime considerations that we're targeting.
Maybe I'll add to that. I mean, my understanding is that the Potter Valley process and issues don't really directly impact us. That water mostly goes into Lake Mendocino, I mean, which has an impact on the whole system from a regional perspective. So my view, personally, not speaking for Marin Water, but is that if we can help the whole region, we can help Sonoma Water with that project, that would help all of their contractors, and by helping all of their contractors and Sonoma Water, there would be huge benefits for us, broadly speaking. And so if we think of that project as part of the whole system, then there could be additional benefits that we could get for conveyance that we need. And those relationships are growing. So we're growing them with the city of Santa Rosa, with other contractors, with Petaluma, with Sonoma Water. And the more we help them think that through and support it, I think the more supportive they will be of some of our needs for Russian River winter water, which is really what we're going for. Is that helpful?
Thank you.
Yeah, just briefly to add, I do think it's a good question and good comments, and a lot of what we're doing with the work Paul and others are doing is kind of a risk issue, a risk management issue. And I do think Potter Valley increases the risk and uncertainty, as your question noted, in our supplemental supply. So I do think it's going to play in there, both in ways Director Smith noted in terms of collaborative opportunities to strengthen, as well potentially as considerations of timing of storage and conveyance until Potter Valley. So yes, I think that's one of the operative issues in terms of our water supply efforts that we'll be talking about quite a bit in the months ahead.
I was just playing around with the numbers. Do you know offhand what the Potter Valley flow is?
I want to say something, I mean, historically, prior to 2006, it was very large. It was, maybe 150,000 acre feet per year, something like that. It was a big number.
Yeah.
Obviously, some variation in that. Since 2006, it was reduced quite a bit. I want to say maybe 60,000 acre feet comes to mind, but I have those numbers and I could track them down for you.
Yeah, I'm just curious. I was just playing around with the size of the penstock and the flow, and it's pretty big.
Yeah.
Relatively speaking.
Yeah.
Not necessarily compared to Russian River, but in terms of water supply.
Yeah. It's going to be, interesting to see how Sonoma Water navigate Potter Valley.
Yeah, and what percentage they would put on it right now.
Yeah.
You know, there's so many moving pieces.
Yeah. Okay. Objective 3, I think we were already starting to talk about recycled water, and it's the first bullet. And again, you see the check marks indicating, and as Ben noted, in the Water Resources Group, this is our daily work. So that's why you see so many of these check marks on the 5-year actions. So jumping in then, recycled water, we're still partners and participating in the North Bay Water Reuse Authority. And so that's ongoing. And of course, as noted, we have our own recycled water system within our service area that we, as the board has seen over the years, we've looked at that in different ways to increase recycled water in that system, and that will continue. Our targets here around our partnerships, we need to make sure our supplemental water agreements with Sonoma are renewed. Our goal is to do this fairly quickly with key terms in Q2 and getting this all buttoned up by the end of the year. In terms of relationship building, and we've talked about some of this already, we're meeting with the different players in the Sonoma water system primarily. So that's our North Bay partners from the Sonoma County Water Agency, the City of Petaluma, North Marin Water District, Santa Rosa, City of, and so on. And we're doing that in just different ways, from just personal discussions at different meetings that we're at, and to more formal setting up meetings and discussing specific items. And so as an example, tomorrow I think I have a meeting with North Marin Water District to talk to them about some of the conveyance options that may be, seeking to kind of go through their neighborhood, right? And so of course they have an interest in what those are. We want to make sure that they're happy with what we're proposing and how we're thinking about things, and that we're doing it in the most accurate way possible. And then in terms of state and federal support, I think, we've had some good success getting WRDA allocated. I think it's $28 million for water and recycled water in Marin. And it's been noted, our Sulahuly to Nicasio pipeline is where we're hoping to first sort of target and kind of touch that money. And our understanding is that once we're successfully able to do that, then it should be the rest of that money is kind of targeted for the rest of that project, which conceptually would be the electrification of Sulahuly Pump Station, and then, potentially a conveyance project that may end up at Sulahuly.
Paul, the North Bay Water Reuse Association, Larry and I are representatives there on that from Marin Water, and I just don't, I understand that they play a role in, resource development for recycled water projects, but I have no real understanding of how productive that is, how effective they are. We've never had a meeting over the last year with them. So I'm a little concerned about listing it as a productive activity or as having potential without seeing any evidence for that. So it might be helpful to have them come in at some point and tell us what the value add is or what they're actually doing. I'm not sure if we support them in how we might support them, but it's not very satisfying to see them listed and just from my perspective see no real activity. I don't know, Larry, I may have this wrong. You may have a different perspective.
No, I think you have it right. It's a complicated question, because under the original Title 16 funding, which they were quite successful in getting money for, the southern geographical boundary was Sir Francis Drake. So they couldn't chase any projects south of Sir Francis Drake, which basically took out most, if not all, of our projects. Only CSMA and Las Galinas would benefit for their efforts. And what they did basically was they were very successful for people like Napa San, even for Novato San. They brought in millions and millions of dollars of federal grants to help those people. We were, and I don't know what we are now, but we were an adjunct member, which was like a $5,000 a year contribution. I think we may still be there. There are rumbles about NBWA and WRA joining together. That is probably going to happen, I think, my read of the situation, because the reason there's no meetings is that there's nothing to do because there's no budget, and their meetings require a payment to a consultant, two consultants actually. Chuck Weir, who runs the meetings, and then Brown and Caldwell, who is the technical support. So there's a cost, as opposed to, there's a small cost with NBWA through Andy Rogers, but not nearly the cost that the other one sees. So I think David Rabbitt is quite interested in pushing things forward with NBWRA, but I don't take objection to your statement. I think it may be a little short-sighted. You know, you got to give them credit for what they've already done. The problem is, like I say, with the funding from Title 16 cut off basically at the north edge of our district. So we never participated in the beginning stuff at all. We never even considered because we weren't eligible, basically. So that's kind of complicated.
No, it's great background, Larry. I appreciate that. But I don't want us to note them as an important resource or, you know, key driver of activity if that's not going to be the case.
So it is a North Bay regional group. We are a full member. We have a project, the San Quentin, CMSA to San Quentin project, right, which takes recycled water from CMSA to flush toilets at San Quentin, is in sort of the program mix of projects, and they're currently working on the CEQA documents, which are not the most exciting thing to present to boards, and they've been working on that for quite some time. It's a pretty sizable document. They've got great links to USBR, Bureau of Reclamation. I think it's worthwhile. So our membership is maybe $50,000 a year, something like that. We haven't had to pay the last couple of years because the budget's been sort of extended. And I think you'll see a board meeting coming up. There's a technical advisory committee meeting that we'll be having, I think, in the next couple of weeks. And one of the goals there is to identify a date for the board meeting for this North Bay group. We did benefit from the Title 16 funding that Director Russell was talking about. Remember that our board paid a significant contribution to the upsizing of the Las Colinas Valley Sanitary Recycled Water Treatment Facility. And that facility project received almost $2 million from this organization. So I think so far our efforts have paid off in terms of participation. I still think your point is valid. It has been kind of dormant over the last year or so.
Paul, to follow up on that piece there, would it make sense, or maybe it would be redundant and look to you for a decision, but we building our partnerships with the overarching framework of North Bay water reuse, but also then listing the local sanitary departments here in the county that we're partnering with so we can continue to build those, especially when we start seeing new regulations, et cetera, come out?
Yeah, we can make that adjustment, I think.
Yeah, we've already done that. There's a report for SASM and a few of the other ones, specific recycle reports done with the consultant on those local sanitaries. One advantage to the sanitary districts is, at least for a period of time, they had problems managing their flows. So recycled water is helpful, but the recycled water requires it to move to the treatment plant first. So first they got to keep it in the sewer, not flow it on the street. Then it needs to get picked up. And for those who aren't familiar, the shopping center at the one across from the ferry, I can't remember what it's.
Larkspur.
Yeah, but it has a name. Country Mart is fully plumbed for dual plumbing, but we've never supplied water to them because the water at SASM, at CSMA was too salty to be able to be used for recycle. So, you know, there are pieces of stuff that's done that would improve if we were to do something like the treatment of the water for San Quentin. And recall that things like San Quentin are our largest water user. So, you know, there's a drive there. Now, the logistics of getting that water into San Quentin, that's another cat.
No, I think it's a good point. I mean, we note the board's interest in recycled water and these things. You know, we've done them, as you indicated, and they may be a bit dated at this point, and it's time for, you know, we don't want to ever stop looking. So that's kind of has been our approach historically, and I expect us to continue.
I like Matt's idea to add the other agencies here.
Yeah, under A, we'll add sand districts and identify them. So Paul, why don't we roll into 4? You got about
So,
5 minutes
I'm
to
gonna-
knock that one.
Yeah, so high-quality water to our customers. Again, not all of these are checked, but even though they're not checked, some of the ones that are checked may kind of relate to the ones that aren't indicated. So reservoir management. So just very quickly then, we have 7 reservoirs. 5 of them, I would say, are our workhorse reservoirs, right? And I think we would be well-served to develop reservoir management plans for these reservoirs. And so our first work action plan in year 1 is just, what are the industry best practices for reservoir management plans? Are they a chapter in a watershed management plan? Are they a standalone document? And you may have questions as to, what do you mean by a reservoir management plan? But let's just, for an example, take one of the reservoirs and imagine it has a drainage area. And then what is the vegetation type on all sides of that drainage area? What's the soil type? What's the characteristic of the slope of that reservoir? Can we identify, are there projects potentially? Are there different vegetation strategies that we would like to entertain to maybe improve runoff, reduce the risk to wildfire, those kinds of things? And then we haven't even gotten into the reservoir itself yet, and there's a whole ecology of the reservoir in terms of algae. And in our particular interest, right, we're drinking water, it's taste and odor. How do we manage some of those strategies and develop some of the strategies to manage taste and odor in the reservoir, making sure that we have healthy ecosystems? So enough on that. Water treatment options. So we know we use chlorine as our primary disinfectant at the treatment plants, and then we add aqueous ammonia to it to form chloramines, because chloramines are long-lived out in the distribution system. Our source of aqueous ammonia is down to one producer in San Jose at the moment, and has been for a little while. So just as a hedge almost, we started looking and have done benchtop analysis on using ammonium sulfate to replace the aqueous ammonia. And the next step for us would be to do a short pilot study because, as someone I know is fond of saying, water treatment is you definitely measure twice and cut once, so hence the benchtop and the pilot. And we're hoping to get that done this year. And last but not least, I think under this is, well, the lab work itself of analysis and sampling and so on isn't necessarily in the strategic plan. It is within our plan to make sure this lab maintains current certification standards. And we're on track to do that.
How much ammonia do we use a day? Ballpark. 100 pounds? 10 pounds?
Stretching my memory banks there.
I'm just wondering if gas would make sense.
One of the attractive, I mean, ammonium sulfate is available. It's an AWWA standard. It's
Fertilizer.
It's friendly.
That's true.
You know, even though we only use 29% aqueous ammonia, there's, you know, a vapor threshold there, so it's pressurized tanks and scrubbers, and it then triggers certain analysis by the county and EPA for risk management practices and plans that we have to develop. So there's some bonuses to going towards liquid ammonium sulfate beyond just diversifying our supplier portfolio. I think that's it for me, yeah. Any questions on Objective 4? I'm done by 11 o'clock then.
We have 2 public comments. The first speaker is Mr. Peter Anderson, and then Ms. Laura Charlton, please. Mr. Anderson, go ahead to the mic, please.
This is really for the new board member who is a fireman. Who is that? also for the board member who lives in Mill Valley, that's you. My good friend Fred Padula owns rental property in Miller Avenue. He just lost his fire insurance. I lived in a house in Mill Valley. This is 50 years ago when I was a student at San Francisco State. My house caught on fire. I had 1 minute to get off of the deck. I jumped off wearing shoes and my pants. Mill Valley Fire Department showed up an hour later, hooked up the hose, and it didn't match the hydrant. So I'm here to tell you we're at risk and the experts don't always know what to do. So here's my statement. First of all, let you know where I'm coming from. I'm hopeless, but my life is full of meaning. And it's because of people like you that are doing the good work. Here's my statement. When the MMWD watershed erupts in a Fort McMurray or Paradise type firestorm, and it could, a good friend of mine, a climate scientist, who's a consultant to the Forest Service and a professor of forestry at a West Coast university, says the firestorm is going to come. And it's going to hit every single forest on the West Coast. It could be this summer, it could be 5 years from now. Imagine this fire happening during an unseasonable hot spell and on a crowded weekend with thousands of hikers, picnicking families, dog walkers, fishermen, and mountain bikers scattered over 1,900 acres. Imagine the unspeakable, day turning to night, and the superheated wind howling at 50 miles per hour and gusting to 80 miles per hour. And then it hits you if you are responsible for the watershed and the lives of your employees and visitors. The realization that reducing the highly trained and professional ranger staff, the men trained to respond quickly to fight fires in remote sections of the watershed, trained to respond to medical emergencies, to lead and guide evacuation efforts, who know intimately every escape route or access road in a way outsiders don't. To reduce their staffing level was a terrible mistake. That's when you also realize it was a mistake to have remained silent or uninformed over the years since 1995, while the original force of 12 rangers was reduced year after year to the current level of 6 rangers, one of whom is desk-bound, and one sheriff's deputy has no training as a firefighter or as an EMT. How will this reduction in staff be justified at some hearing after the big fire that may claim lives and could leave Corte Madera, Ross, Kent Woodlands, and Fairfax in smoldering ruins, just like Paradise or Fort McMurray or the Texas Panhandle firestorm? I got to finish this. MMWD board policy requires an evaluation of staffing levels. The district will evaluate staffing levels to ensure adequate personnel are available to maintain its facilities, roads, and trails, natural resources, manage villager use, and enforce its regulations. Was this policy followed when reductions were made over the years? Is there a record of these evaluations? I'll cut this short. This is a quote from Chief Ranger Don Wick on September 2017. I have a total of 5 rangers who work here and generally only have 2 rangers and a deputy sheriff on duty at one time for the entire mountain and outlying areas. End of quote. Some days there is only 1 ranger on duty, and that does occur on a crowded weekend. Imagine that. I also include a quote from General Counsel Mary Casey, dated May 11, 2017, regarding your request for the amount of time spent patrolling for wildland fire danger and code enforcement. Watershed staff does not capture that data.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you.
Sheraton, please.
Pardon?
Call Ms. Sheraton.
Hi, thank you so much for letting me speak, directors. I appreciate all your work and the difficulty of it and balancing in these challenging times with climate change. I spoke at the meeting, I think it was a week ago, and brought up the fact that I didn't feel safe on the mountain because I'd almost been taken out by several mountain bikers on a blind curve while they were taking air, and I would have been right below them had I been a few seconds back. So I'm here to talk about the feasibility study that was done and how revealing it was for the actual users that are 41 to 45%, basically seniors. And I just want to make sure that seniors and wildlife are considered in any future plans. I also have a master's degree in riparian policy and environmental restoration. And I did a lot of watershed study stewardship work with Occidental Arts and Ecology Center. And I hope that you all have an opportunity to study there. Coming up on the 26th of this month is a Salmon Restoration Federation conference in Santa Rosa, and I've been attending since about in 2007. So amazing amount of information would be available to any of you who might be interested, and I appreciate this opportunity. Please protect the wildlife. I would love to have the mountain declared a wilderness area.
Mr. Larry Menegas.
Good morning. I just want to call out one item on Goal 1, Objective 4, Item D, which is develop and apply lessons learned from other agencies regarding impacts to water quality from wildfires. And I think this is a very important item. There could be a lot of capital costs involved in this, depending on the outcome of it. And I'd just like to point out a New York Times article from June 21st of last year, how New Mexico's largest wildfire set off a drinking water crisis. And if some of you recall, that was Las Vegas, New Mexico. They came within 2 weeks of running out of water because all that matter from the fires went into the river and clogged it up, and their system could no longer handle it. So I think it's a very important issue that needs to be studied in great detail. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no further speakers.
Hi, good morning. I'll be walking us through the annual work plan, goal number 2 for this 5-year strategic plan. Just to kind of recap, this goal is to invest in and maintain a resilient water system through effective management and planning. Staff is looking to accomplish this by working on the 6 objectives identified here, starting off with the infrastructure condition assessment, which will help identify and drive the capital planning effort, in which we will develop and prioritize projects that will feed into the capital capital project delivery objective. Staff will also be working on evaluating efficient operating procedures as part of the 4th objective to ensure that staff can efficiently operate and maintain the system, as well as looking into energy planning efforts to reduce the district's carbon footprint. And we'll be rounding out the review by going over the district's emergency response readiness task the staff is looking to accomplish this year. So first, the objective number 1, just to kind of recap, of the infrastructure condition assessment will allow the district to strengthen its infrastructure risk assessment process and prioritize replacement and rehabilitation or repair of its infrastructure. As you can see here, we have 8 goals, and staff is looking to tackle 7 of those this year, and we'll go into those here next. So before we kind of start off here, I just want to point out the objective, or task number H, which is a water system master plan, is pretty critical to the rest of these tasks and other tasks within this goal. By completing the water system master plan to identify, the different pump and tank prioritizations that will feed into everything else in this objective here. So it's pretty important to get that. So I'll kind of start off from the top now. So just to put a little bit of context to this. So staff will initiate the condition assessment of the remaining tank and pump stations beginning in the 4th quarter of this year. This will be done by leveraging staff with a consultant team to complete the remaining pump stations and tank assessments. that will allow the district to complete this task in a timely manner and help staff to begin prioritizing these projects into the capital planning effort. Second of these will be beginning in the third quarter. Staff will be refining the pipeline prioritization process that staff will be bringing back to the board in the fourth quarter for an update, so that way we could provide an update to the board as to where we are with that process.
Alex, if I could, just again for context, all of these are, as you can see, objective one is condition assessment.
Correct.
This work will funnel into the next objective, which is capital planning. So all of these are somewhat similar, looking at our system, looking at our infrastructure in different ways, all designed to then have the information to develop the long-term capital planning that we've talked to the board about.
Thank you, Ben. Yes, so all these are all going to be taken into the next objective of this goal. In addition to that, staff will be working on completing the workplace facilities plan by the third quarter of this year, and that's reviewing the administration building, Sky Oaks Ranger Station, and other facilities on the watershed that will be brought back to the board for further discussion. In addition, staff will also start identifying above-ground infrastructure for wildfire hardening needs that we expect to complete in the third quarter, that all this will also be feeding into the capital planning effort. Beginning in the fourth quarter, after we complete the water system master plan, staff will start beginning the assessment of the single points of failure throughout our district that will be integrated into the capital planning effort. And then, in addition, staff will start developing facility security standards beginning in the fourth quarter that will be used to evaluate above-ground infrastructure security needs that will be rolled into the next objective of this goal. And finally, kind of like I touched earlier on, the water system master plan will be completed in the third quarter of this year, which will really identify a lot of the important work that needs to be considered into the capital planning effort. So that kind of summarizes this first objective. Are there any questions?
Alex, thanks for that. It's always, when you talk about our capital maintenance, capital improvement needs, it's always a reminder of how much infrastructure we have to manage. I'm assuming that a lot of the condition assessment is an ongoing process, so you're not starting from ground zero. You're presumably building on a lot of available information regarding the condition of our infrastructure.
That is correct, Director Cush. We have already started condition assessments on tanks and pump stations, but we need to complete that data set to have a complete set so we could evaluate and help the prioritization effort going forward.
Although some of these are new. For example, F came from board comments on risk and single points of failure. So I don't know, we've looked at our system in the way that F is going to look at it. Same with E, infrastructure hardening. I don't know, we've looked at our system in that holistic way and really identifying the key facilities in a prioritized way, right? And then all of these assessments need to funnel into the long-term capital plan that our schedule is to have that done to inform the next 4-year rate process. So that's sort of the timing. This is quite ambitious, what's on this slide, to get this done this year.
Thanks for that, Ben. I guess, again, it's hard to understand, the balance between building on assessments that have been underway for years, if not decades, versus new things, because it looks like a lot of this is not going to, it's all, we're looking at almost a year of activity here in terms of assessment.
Right. Yeah, this, like I said, it really is looking at our system in a variety of ways, all designed to, as we sit and think about the value and the benefit of this 30-year long-term capital plan to help inform the next rate process and just get alignment on what the long-term picture may look like for this organization, which is so important as we think about priorities, right? So much of this is about priorities of what we'll be able to fund. So the idea is really to have this database in a way that I don't believe we've had before in this sort of fashion, and really develop a thoughtful long-term plan that can be kind of a guiding, of course, adaptive management with a plan that far out things are going to change. But this is, I think, new and different for this organization to look at planning in this sort of way, in this sort of depth, and also all of kind of the integrated issues that are out there.
Alex, I just want to comment and say, one, thank you very much for including those comments from the board, especially with the single points of failure as we look to harden our infrastructure, water delivery rights. It's been something that I feel is very important. And then obviously hardening from the wildfire threat as well. And if that's something that needs to be accelerated with consultant funds, we'd like to hear that too. If someone can come in and take a look at something that maybe be outside the expertise of the district, to be able to provide funding for that, because it's to keep kicking that further and further down when we know that the threat is right in our face and there's people doing a lot of good work around us, it doesn't make the most sense in terms of rollout. So I would support additional funding if needed, so we can come in and start getting some of these projects wrapped up quicker, as opposed to just throwing them on all your staff's back.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Okay, so move on to the second objective. So this capital planning objective, just to summarize, will allow staff to utilize the information from the infrastructure condition assessment to help identify and prioritize projects and establish a timeline to implement the projects based on the projected capital budget. So as you can see here, staff is looking to start on one of these tasks this year. So the task we'll be focusing on is continue to identify grant funding opportunities as an ongoing effort to match grants that are a good fit for the district's capital projects as we move forward. So I'll take any questions.
Yeah, thank you, Alex. This is one of the really important issues I think we devoted a lot of time and attention to around the rate setting process, where we looked at our backlog of maintenance that we needed to get ahead of. And so I'm glad that we're continuing to do the assessment in the previous objective. I think that's extremely important. If I could put a term to what our goal is to bend the curve on our maintenance backlog to get us where every year things are better than they were. And that's, I think it's extremely important for a variety of different reasons. I wonder if this capital planning process isn't leading to a capital investment plan. Is ultimately as we're preparing for the next rate setting process, this is an important piece of information, which will be informed by how much what our real previous assessments helped guided our investment as part of the rate setting process. This information will update that information and give us a better sense of what it is needed to basically take care of our system and make sure it's well maintained. So I'm wondering if this capital planning process isn't wrapping up into a capital investment plan or something specific. So I guess that's the first question, is there a deliverable that is going to come out of this?
Yes, and you'll see that in the next objective, where we actually will be updating the CIP coming up. Right, the CIP is essentially it's the capital investment plan. Mm-hmm. So we'll be updating kind of the 5-year CIP as part of the mid-budget cycle, and then we'll be developing these long-term, exactly right, investment strategies, what they would look like, and really getting to what this is all about, which is prioritization, and getting alignment with the board and the public and staff of the priorities we have in front of us. Because what we do know is on that first slide, the assessments, that's not all going to happen, in a 5-year period. It's going to be very big, and it's about priorities and eating the elephant, just as you're saying, and bending the curve.
That's helpful, and I know that these things are feeding into other bigger planning efforts. I just wondered whether just the assessment itself is a report that we're targeting, which then would be fed into the larger capital investment plan.
Yes, so I expect, for example, for wildfire hardening, we'll have a final report that lays out the efforts, the goals, and specifically the priorities, at least in the initial cut, in regards to wildfire hardening. The hard work is the integration in balancing the priorities of hardening with water, and that'll be the subsequent work.
Okay, great. I just want to sort of a broad comment note about in some of these we have objectives, but then when we go into what we're going to do this year, we don't have objectives for everything. So we have B, we don't have anything for the other.
Go back to the prior slide. Right. So
And I'm assuming the point being is that we're not looking at setting a specific objective or achieving a milestone in the year?
Right, that's exactly right. So that's why this was the prior slide, to inform the board and have the opportunity to engage in discussion if A and C felt off not being tackled year one.
Okay, I think that to some degree it would be helpful to have the bullet points match up and to say that the objectives would be, to the next year, so that we understand when would there be milestone accomplishments of A and C would be in subsequent years, just so that we're tracking when we envision a milestone or accomplishment of this objective.
Okay. That is a good comment. In developing this, we don't fully have that. Let us think about that. That may be something that works to do as a follow-on from the annual plan effort and bring to the board our best efforts on how the items that are not tackled in year one, where they would be scheduled. So I think we can do that.
I think that'd be helpful. It's a little confusing to have something in an objective, but then not have any statement of when progress would be made on the different things that we're listing out, just so that there's some guidance to people who are reading this and wondering when will we make progress on these things, something they can hold ourselves accountable to.
Yeah, specifically C, I mean, it should align with Paul's larger projects, right? Because they will be heavily impacted by our bond capacity and ability. So I'd say C should line up with the water supply effort.
I also think that there's probably more milestones actually when you think about what would we still do with C, just as a good point from Jed, is that there's actually, I think, some things we would do this year that actually would be meaningful progress on C. So I think it's always helpful to, whatever small step, if anything, we're making progress on an objective, would be great to include.
Okay, thank you. So that rounds us out into the third objective, which is a capital project delivery. And to kind of summarize that, this will incorporate the innovative processes and staffing solutions into the execution of the infrastructure projects to maximize the use of staff time, reduce costs, and streamline the implementation of the increased capital program. As you can see here, of these objectives that we are tackling, or staff is tackling 3 of them that have been checked out here, so we'll follow that into the next slide.
So why don't we on this just rest on this just, 30 seconds or so the board can really take a minute and see if there's any questions on the ones that we don't have year one.
Okay. All right. So,
sorry, Alex.
Yes.
We mentioned design build as a potentially cost-effective strategy. Can you explain design build and how that differs from what we currently do?
Yeah, it's essentially, and Alex can support me on this, if essentially instead of having a separate engineering consultant to do 100% design and then do a bid on the contractor to do a build, there's different ways to do it, but the current way, they call it kind of progressive design. But design is done to a certain level, call it maybe 30%. You have one firm that does both design and construction, or one partnering entity that does it, that gets the contract. And then there's a process as it goes through design, kind of negotiated discussions on the build. It can be much more cost effective. It's just got to be done on the right project. And what I mean by that is it's a sort of a different level of engagement on the details of the design. So, for example, maybe you wouldn't want to do it at the treatment plant on a chemical feed system, that we want a high-level detail of staff involvement in the details of that design because it's so critical. On the other hand, if we're putting in a large conveyance system with pumps and pipes that's pretty straightforward, we got through everything, that could be an opportunity to reduce costs with the right team to get it done potentially quicker, potentially cheaper. And I say potentially because, right, it would be new for us.
So the opportunities are really on a case-by-case basis to see what fits and how the bids line up.
So in these tasks that we'll be working on this year is the resource needs assessment, in which staff is developing a resource plan that will allow the district to identify the immediate and future staffing needs to meet the enhanced CIP. That includes the reallocation of existing positions and leveraging staff with external engineering support that is anticipated to be completed in Q2 of this year. The second of the tasks that staff will be working on is the on-call engineering firm consultant contracts, in which staff will be executing engineering contracts in the third quarter of this year for specialty engineering such as geotech and electrical engineering that's regularly used during the project design phase. In budget for these, you can see that there's a $3 million market shown off on the right-hand column, and this is typically paid by the contracts that utilize these services during design. So they'll be paid for by the CIP projects as they need these services. So it's not a standalone $3 million contract, just to be clear on that. And the third of the task is the paving restoration requirement. I know there's some interest from the board members on this. So staff is continuing to work with the paving consultant team to complete the pavement assessment criteria that will help to guide the discussions with the local agencies. This is more of an ongoing process once we develop the criteria, with continued discussions with the local agencies, kind of in an iterative process to really come down to an agreement on pavement restoration requirements as we move forward with the capital program. And staff is right now currently reviewing the technical memo we have received, so we're looking to come back to the board here in about a month or so to provide an update to the board on this item.
You're right, Alex. This is an issue of I think, board interest. I know we've talked about it a fair amount. Is there any part of this objective that we're actually completing this year, where we can actually, ongoing is very open-ended, and so if there is a way to see what will we accomplish this year, because this is an interest, I think, also for a lot of our ratepayers who understand the impact that this is having on our budget, and it's an issue that can really help us, be more cost effective. So if there's anything, I know it's it's a multi-year process, but if there are some milestones of what we can accomplish this year that we could put in a specific time frame, that would be, I think, that'd be helpful to be able to point to the progress we're making on this issue.
That's a really interesting question, Director Schmidt, because it really depends on how those discussions kind of progress as we go. So as we move forward, there would be an opportunity to provide updates to the board.
Alex, I'm wondering, I appreciate where you were going. I'm wondering if this is about stretching, and we do want to hold ourselves to milestones. If we had the framework of a pilot by Q4, including, we would just have that, but it would include the target partners and what we're trying to achieve. Does that sound reasonable?
That sounds reasonable to complete in Q4 of this year.
The frameworks?
Yes, the framework.
Not the pilot itself.
Yes, just the framework to get that. Yes.
So the partners, the substance, the approach.
Okay. Thank you. So this brings us to objective number 4, which is the operations and maintenance objective. To kind of summarize this one, this will allow the district to evaluate the operations and maintenance program and ensure that staff has the knowledge to and the skill to efficiently operate and maintain the system. So as you can see in this objective, staff will be looking at working on 3 of these tasks in this year. Just kind of leave it here for a minute. So the first of these is the standard operating procedure. So staff will be reviewing and developing new standard operating procedures that will be worked on this year, and we'll be selecting the 10 highest priority procedures to update in the 4th quarter of this year. The second of the tasks that staff will be working on will be the learning through the industry association involvement. So to aid in this, the district will be reinstating the pipe tapping team, which will allow staff to compete at the state and regional conferences that will offer the opportunity for staff to network and engage with other professionals in the water industry. So state and regional conferences occur on a yearly basis, so there will be those recurring opportunities for staff to attend and participate on a yearly basis. The third of the tasks that staff will be tackling is the efficiency improvements. So the district will be establishing an ongoing process to engage staff and develop a list of equipment and practices that aim to improve staff work efficiency, safety, and effectiveness. And that's kind of an ongoing process as they develop one process, go into the next, and just see how we could continue to improve our system as we move forward in operating procedures. Any questions?
Alex, just one question on the employee development. Is this something that the recent employee training program that we're looking to revamp with this current budget, is this able to support these efforts?
Over time, absolutely. As we get the district-wide training program up and going, I do think the operations group will be one of the priorities. As you know, some of this really reflects the changeover in leadership in the operations division and the opportunities that provides. So that's getting the SOPs and documentation going, and really opening staff up to the broader water industry that feels so important for this organization, throughout the organization, but certainly in operations. So I don't know if that...
No, it is. You want to continue to support the Farm League concept, as we continue to nurture and develop our employees so that we don't have these big gaps again.
Yes.
But great, thank you.
Absolutely.
Just, Ben, when you introduce, when you, in your introduction today, you tried to differentiate between activities that are ongoing, sort of standard operating procedures that we're not going to be, spending a lot of time on in the work plan, because this is that's ongoing. We don't spend a lot of time talking about the work plan around, say, water treatment. That's an ongoing. Some of the activities around capital planning, condition assessment, O&M, to me, a lot of that, I struggle to find that balance between what is a new strategic activity versus something that is routine. And are you seeing things here that maybe we're now focusing more attention on that will transition into routine activities, so we're not going to be coming back to them, say, in next year's work plan, because they're just ongoing?
Yeah, it is a good point, and really this whole objective is a bit unique in the strategic plan and in the annual work plan, and that it's somewhat of an outlier because it's not necessarily big strategic issues. They're in here really reflecting the change, and it's just not trivial to have the sort of change in leadership in operations that we had. Darren's relatively new, 3 new superintendents, and then all the cascading new staff under them. It really does present an opportunity that's, I look at it kind of borderline strategic, but it also just gives the board kind of a window into this important area that Darren is focusing on to develop operations, and giving him some, face time, I guess, as he reports out over the year to the board on those important initiatives.
I think there's another aspect, too, that needs to be thought through. or appreciated, which is that the district is looking outward. It's always looked inward, in my opinion. And I've been involved with MMWD since the mid-'70s as a consultant first and then a board member. And I think that's really important. I think East Bay Mud suffers from the same issue. East Bay Mud has nowhere near the nationwide presence it should have for its size. And the same thing's true with us. People know who we are, sort of. You know, like, our name doesn't help because the largest water supplier in the United States is something called MWD. Trust me, people mix this up all the time. MWD is like, what? Are you MWD? So I think this is really important from a employee culturing standpoint to find out that there are opportunities. And these things are, this competition is probably one of the most entertaining aspects of the conference. I mean, 1,000 people watch it. 25,000 people-ish attend the national conference for AWWA, and 1,000 at any given time are watching this competition. It's a tough sledding because certain water districts are pros at this. I mean, it's sort of like Indianapolis. You know, they can change the tires on a car in 3 seconds. It's similar to what the task that they're doing. But it really, I think, most importantly, gives the guys a little break of routine and a chance to get out and meet the other folks in the industry. So I think it's really important to start raising your eyes and looking outward as opposed to looking at your feet.
Okay, thank you. So on to objective number 5, the energy planning objective. In this one, the main goal is to seeking opportunities to reduce the district's carbon footprint and energy costs through infrastructure project and planning. This year, of this objective, staff is looking to accomplish 2 of these tasks. The first one being the microturbine technology. So the district will be taking another look at our transmission and distribution system for the next generation of microturbine applications beginning in the 4th quarter. Kind of on a side note, staff will be taking a trip to East Bay Mud here early April to look at their microturbine to see how it works, have an opportunity to talk to their operators and really get a good understanding how it's working out for them. So we could apply that knowledge when we bring it back here to the district. The second one of these tasks that staff will be working on is regarding the renewable power opportunity. So staff will be working with the board starting in the 3rd quarter on renewable energy goals and policies that will help guide the district in evaluating renewable energy applications throughout the district as we move forward.
Thank you, Alex. Just in the spirit of Ben's notion of stretch goals, I wonder whether, especially with the renewable power opportunities, and one of the other objectives which we're not looking currently in this to make progress on, but I wonder if we can, which is engage in a discussion with the board on carbon neutrality. I think that to engage in a discussion on renewable energy goals and policy and not have a thought toward carbon neutrality would be to separate things that go well together. So I would encourage us to have a goal, a specific goal where we are trying to make progress, if it only to outline what is our plan for really tackling this and making some real policy direction decisions on this matter. Because I think carbon neutrality is really one of those questions that I want to be able to say that we're making progress on. And knowing it's not something we can do overnight, we have a lot of other things to accomplish, but I'm wondering if we can be a little bit more specific about this one.
Okay, we will look at that as well. See.
Yeah, just following on that, I really support Monty's suggestion. Was there any reason for holding off on that discussion, Alex, other than there's a lot to do, you know?
No, I think it makes sense, and given the board interest, for us to look to by Q4 to certainly at least engage in the initial discussions with the board. We may not have a final policy, but maybe Q3, Q4, we can put in to begin those discussions.
I agree with Monty on that too. I'm seeing a shift in my clients, which pretty good sized companies, Midwest-based, that are starting to install solar now out of the blue. You know, I mean, they're recognizing, I don't think it's PR, I think it's actual. They're putting in facilities that zero out their carbon use. Not completely, because the vehicles are still being used to transport people and things like that, but it takes out all their static use, which includes their wastewater pump stations, which are, you know, reasonably good size in horsepower. So it's an interesting change that's coming, and I think people are getting it. Like I say, coming out of the Midwest, the Chicago-based one that I'm thinking about, a giant company, and they're changing, you know, and I think you're exactly right. That makes sense to pair that.
Larry, I'll add, you know, I think further on we'll be talking about goals around leadership and organizational excellence. And I think this is an area where we do run the risk of being laggards if we're not careful, because there is obviously a lot of attention now on carbon neutrality. We know that East Bay Mud has actually set a very ambitious goal of achieving that by 2030. So there's going to be a lot of others that are already thinking about it, moving in that direction. And for all the reasons for doing it here, not being behind the pack is one. So I think we should keep it in mind.
I'm sure you've thought about this, but it just hit me while we were talking that one of the places that microturbine might really work in is on the releases from the dams to supply the water to Lagunitas Creek. That's basically a year-round constant flow. It doesn't really require a head loss reduction, but it's getting the head loss reduction through release. Mm-hmm. And it seems to me that those could kind of produce the kind of power in easy power, because it's just a matter of tying the turbine into the pipe, sort of. I mean, maybe a little more complicated than that. I know we put in that big valve on Walker Creek, the one to oxygenate Bolagunga or something like that, some weird name, and which is kind of the opposite of this. But, you know, I don't know how much head loss, it's 100% head loss going through that valve, but I don't know how much it needs to make it work. Maybe a turbine could go in front of it. I don't know.
Now, just to dovetail on that same concept in terms of understanding this is we're not going to get to carbon neutrality by just big wins alone. There'll be some small ones too. Is there an opportunity to look at some small wins with our fleet each year? Because I'm assuming there's part of the capital budget that we're going to be buying new vehicles, to start assessing that now, because we keep a vehicle for at least, 10 years or so. So if we don't start looking now, we're putting ourselves further and further behind that curve.
Correct.
Yeah, I think having been through several massive carbon neutrality projects, it starts with measuring where we are right now. Where's the energy use, and having that as a first step to report to the board would help us then be able to get a timeline towards carbon neutrality and helping reduce the impact of our system on drought, which is really the biggest threat. So let's start measuring it, and then we can get a plan together.
Okay, thank you. So on to the sixth and final objective, which is the emergency response readiness. So to summarize this, this objective will allow the district to plan and prepare for emergencies to ensure it can maintain critical operations through fires, floods, earthquakes, or other catastrophic events, and effectively manage the disaster recovery effort. So of this this objective, staff will be working on all these tasks this year. So we'll go through them here. So for the emergency response plan update, staff will start off by reviewing the current emergency response plans and develop a timeline and process to update the response plan by the fourth quarter of this year. The second task for the tabletop exercises, the district will coordinate 2 tabletop exercises to help train staff on an organized response to emergencies that are most common to our state. And staff are planning to execute these 2 tabletop exercises in the second quarter and the fourth quarter of this year. The third is the dam emergency action plan reviews. So for this one, it was completed in the first quarter, which is the completion of the review, an update of the contact list to ensure that during an emergency, the district and first responders do have the correct information to reach out to be able to activate a response plan. The fourth of this task is the emergency preparedness and continuing participation in the monthly Marin County Office of Emergency Management meetings to help prepare the district and integrate on a county-wide emergency response scenarios. So we're continually working on that every single month and participating there. We'll also be executing FEMA-compliant contract templates for engineering and construction services that will be ready to be used during emergencies, and that will be completed in the third quarter of this year. And then rounding out, beginning in the fourth quarter, staff will start assessing water system single points of failures as outlined in the first objective of this goal to reduce the risk throughout the district. There's a lot to do here.
Yeah, I was just about to say, there's a lot of work on that slide. And again, I just want to encourage you to bring back any resource needs should we want to consult or hire a consultant to develop some of these plans, because as you know, there's tons of them out there that are doing it, especially ones that are familiar with not only our watershed, but our county, which is important for the surrounding agencies. So this is a ton of work, and if you need assistance, please let us know.
It's really notable that we're making progress on every single one of these objectives this year, which is great news. Something that I want to toss in here is you have your objective B, the annual EOC tabletop exercises, and it made me realize that I genuinely do not know what board members will do in the event of an emergency. I don't know what our responsibilities are. I know that we will get a lot of questions in the event of an earthquake, wildfire, whatever that might be impacting our water supplies, and I don't know that we really have, frankly, a plan. And if I don't know it, it's because I haven't read it or it's in my inbox or something like that, so I apologize. But I would really like us to explore and identify what it is that the board members will be doing in the event of an emergency. I mean, obviously, we want to be there to help in any way that we can. We know that there's fantastic staff, and all the planning that is in place is already there to make sure that we can respond effectively. But if there's anything that the board members can do to help, we will get, if nothing else, we will be getting questions from our community. So I'd like to ask that we give some thought to the board members. I think if nothing else, we should be able to say what is happening in the background if we're being asked. Because in an emergency, we don't want to have to be reaching out to Adrian to be like, Adrian, what do we say? To coordinate communications. I think things will be happening, could be happening very quickly. It'd be helpful for us to be prepared.
Yeah, that's a good point. We'll wrap that into, as we're looking at the emergency response plan update and having that discussion with the board. My personal experience in this regards was the Santa Rosa, the Tubbs fire, where the city council and the Board of Public Utilities initially had a lot of interest to be involved in some way, and it turned out in that instance there really was not a defined role for elected officials other than, and it actually became very important, supporting the staff that was exhausted and working so hard. So it's a discussion I do hear you that we'll have with the board. I'm just sharing my personal data point.
At minimum, a communication protocol would be good.
Absolutely. That's key.
Okay. Any questions? Terry?
We do have one public comment. Mr. Larry Minikis, please. Oh, please, turn it on.
Kind of in conclusion of all this, everything we're looking at is going to require funding. And AARP points out that the cost of water from 2012 to 2022 was twice the rate of inflation, and that if you go and type the cost of water in the US, what you're seeing is the same thing over and over again. Aging infrastructure, climate change, and climate adaptation, and these are the driving costs. And then what do you do with the people that are finding it unaffordable? Des Moines was an example that I found where water rates have gone up considerably and people are finding it difficult. El Paso is another place. So it's important for us to allow the public to know that this is not just local, this is national, and it's the trend. So when people come back and say it's bloated staff, mismanagement, all the things we've been hearing for years and years and years, you've got to be prepared for that, and people need to understand what's coming, that water is going to continue to increase in cost, and it's just a reality at this point. Thank you.
So we have 9 minutes or so. Why don't we stretch our legs, and then we'll have our lunchtime speaker, Mark Brown, as we eat our sandwiches or whatever we have. Thanks. Okay, well, it's my privilege to introduce our lunchtime speaker. As we were thinking about a lunchtime speaker, we're thinking, you know, who's important in terms of the work of the district, in terms of partnership and getting to know, and Mark, in the work that he's doing, quickly rose up. He's currently the executive officer, I think the first one, of Marin Wildlife Protection Authority. He started his career as a volunteer firefighter in 1986 in Sonoma, hired by Marin Fire. Was a firefighter paramedic in 91 and recently retired as a deputy fire chief in Marin after serving for nearly 30 years. And he retired to assume this position, the executive officer of MWPA, a joint powers, as we all know, recently established. He has served on CAL FIRE Incident Management Team for 15 years and was a founding member of the North Bay Incident Management Team as well. He's been very supportive, and we're very appreciative of the district's BIFAP implementation, our one-TAM forest health strategy, and supporting county-wide efforts for external grant funding to support vegetation, forest restoration work to address wildfire issues on the mountains, and of course, the broader community. So Mark, thank you for making the time to come today, and I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, and I just see this as another opportunity for Marin Wildfire and Marin Water to become more aligned. Just a little side note before I go on after the introduction. Part of my career included going to some of the most damaging and devastating fires in the state's history, and it really taught me that it was time to stop putting so much effort in suppression. We still need to put the effort in suppression, don't get me wrong, but it was time to start putting far more effort into prevention. And one of the fires I was assigned to was the Thomas Fire down in Southern California during Christmas time. And the fire was already like 200,000 acres, and we had a large volume of fire sitting on the hillside above Montecito in the Los Padres National Forest with what's called a sundowner event coming. And so that's a very strong downslope wind that was going to push the fire down through Montecito. There was no ifs, ands, or buts. The fire was going to do that. Fortunately, the Los Padres National Forest and Montecito Fire had a tremendous relationship between each other. They had a lot of just shaded fuel breaks along the wildland-urban interface boundary, and the community had done a great job of creating defensible space and home hardening around their community. So when that fire did come off the hill, like we knew it would, it impacted 1,300 homes. 12 structures were destroyed. So that ratio, it stinks that 12 structures were destroyed. But that ratio is phenomenal given the fire behavior that occurred. And what was also tremendous was where I would normally put 4 strike teams of hand crews, and they may not get the job done, I was able to put 1 strike team of hand crews, and they were able to get that job done. So it really spoke to me the importance of the work that we do beforehand. And the last thing I'll say before I go to my very first slide, I can't even get off this title slide. When I first got hired at Marin County Fire, my first battalion chief brought me to your offices, and there's a picture of Mount Tam with dozer lines going down every ridge. And he pointed at that and said, that's what wildfire prevention looks like, and that's what it should look like. And it's wrong. That was wrong. That style of fire prevention really doesn't work. And we found that. And so what really works is increasing the health of the forests and understanding that forest is a natural part of our environment. And if we make our forest healthy, then we get low intensity fires instead of high intensity fires. I think most of you know what Marin Wildfire is about, but I'll just briefly talk about our goal areas. I'd like to start on this slide from the middle because we follow what we call a house out approach for Marin Wildfire. And that is we want to reduce the risk of our homes through home hardening and fire smart landscaping. We think that far too often people put their backs to their homes and look at the open spaces and say that's the problem. What we want them to do is to turn around and put their backs at their property line and look at their house and say, my house is the problem. My house is what can cause the conflagration of home-to-home urban fire spread. And if they can harden their homes, create fire-smart landscaping, and make their homes less ignitable, then that is going to be a great first step towards fire adaptation. We obviously need to improve our evacuation systems and processes. We need to get notifications out quickly so people can leave early. But we also need to understand that none of these roads were designed for all of the residents to leave at once. Traffic jams are inevitable. It's going to happen. So we need the residents to be safe on those roadways, even if their cars aren't moving. And that's been a lot of our work. And then there's reducing the wildfire fuels. Right now, Marin Wildfire has been concentrating our funding towards the built environment, working within the homes and right along the wildland-urban interface boundary. But later on, we'll talk about how we're partnering with OneTAM, Marin Water, and our other land management agencies on how we can work together out in the greater landscape. Public education is obviously huge, especially within, we have an extremely, I don't need to tell you this, we have an extremely intelligent community. And rather than telling people what to do, because we said so, it works so much better if we can give them the why, and then that brings them along much better. And then we do have a grant program to support our residents. Our budget is about $21 million a year. You will not find another county that has a dedicated budget like that goes solely towards wildfire mitigation. 60% of it goes towards the entire JPA of wildfire detection, evacuation program improvements, veg management, grant management, public education. 4.2 million goes towards home hardening and defensible space evaluations. Again, no one has that type of program. And I think at the end of Measure C's lifespan of 10 years, which we obviously hope it's going to be renewed, I think we're going to look back at this program as the single largest success, and that's the engagement of our community on what they need to do to make us fire adapted. And then the final 20% is right back to our member agencies so that they can spend that money efficiently. And our fire agencies are so connected to their communities, they're the ones that know how to spend that money the best. And so we just make sure that is in alignment with Measure C and is above and beyond what they were doing prior to the passage of Measure C. No supplanting. They can't say, okay, we got Measure C money, we're going to move this money over there. They can't do that. Our DSpace evaluation program, like I mentioned, we are striving for 1/3 of the homes to be evaluated each year. We did 30,000 evaluations last year. We have about 84,000 inspectable homes. The last 2 years, we inspected 33,000 each year. So we're above that target. And what's huge is 60% of the people took action of some sort. It may be simple actions, but they took actions. And in the homes that have been re-inspected, we're seeing a great trend through our data of less findings as we go back and go to those homes. So people are taking action. We also have Insurance Institute for Business and Home Safety. That's the acronym IBHS. They have a wildfire prepared home designation. People can authorize us to release the DSPACE information to IBHS. They can get a wildfire prepared home designation. It helps with making sure they're not non-renewed on insurance, and also can help with discounts. Same with Safer from Wildfire. But I do want to mention that we have a very strong data security policy for our home inspections. That information is not released to anybody except our member agencies without the express consent of the resident. The insurance industry does not have access to it. That's always the biggest concern. Our grant program last year and this year and last year was funded to $800,000. I just was at a meeting where we are proposing to increase that to $1.1 million. That will mean $1 million going back into the residents. Historically, it has been a reimbursement type program, which is a weakness of that program. This, for fiscal year 24-25, we'll be going for the DSPACE work. We will be going to a direct assistance program, so people won't have to put out money up front first and then get reimbursed, which for people who are property rich, money poor, that's not easy for them to do. So now we're actually going to be able to go onto the property, we will fund the work, and then the home hardening will continue to be a reimbursement program, but we'll move forward in the future to having that be direct assistance as well. Chipper Day program is one of our most successful and popular programs, and that is where residents have an opportunity to put any debris that they have removed from their DSPACE work onto the curb. We come by and pick it up. I think it's a huge return on investment. On average, residents pay about $200 a year for Measure C, or for Marin Wildfire. This alone is about a $300 to $400 expense, if not more. And so there's a direct return on investment. We also we are decreasing greenhouse gas emissions because we are consolidating that transportation. And you'd be surprised how many residents see their neighbors doing the work because that pile's out front, and that motivates them to get work. Peer pressure is strong, let me tell you. And the Chipper Day program is a very visible piece of evidence that people are doing work, and it motivates their neighbors. Last year, people had 5 weeks of opportunities to apply or to have the pickup. For fiscal year 24, we're expanding that to 6 visits. So 6 weeks throughout the year that you can sign up for Chipper Days. And in public education, we put a little over $1 million a year towards educating the public. Fire Safe Marin is our partner in that. They do a phenomenal job. They're one of the first fire safe councils in the state, and I'm biased, but I think they're the best fire safe council in the state. They're amazing. People worldwide tap into what Fire Safe Marin does and uses them as a model for other fire safe councils. Ember Stomp is a wildfire festival where we bring subject matter experts, our member agencies. We also bring contractors and vendors for equipment or services for home hardening and defensible space. The first year we had about 2,000 people attend. The second year we had 5,000 people attend. We had been holding it in May. We're going to push that into September because wildfire is more in the forefront of people's thoughts in September than it is in May, and we think that'll help increase the numbers. Vegetation management, this is an example of an evacuation route in Kentfield. That is the same road, I promise you. And you can see the dramatic increase of safety on that road. I would argue that the road is actually safer day to day, let alone under fire conditions.
Can I interrupt? I will validate that. That's my road.
I did not know that. Did you feel safer driving on that road?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Shaded fuel breaks, and there's some talk throughout the state. Should we continue the work that what we are doing, what we call shaded fuel breaks, should we continue to call that shaded fuel breaks? Because our shaded fuel breaks are really right on the wildland-urban interface boundary. And what we are doing is we're expanding the defensible space of the residents on the wildland-urban interface boundary. What's important about shade fuel breaks is we are not clear cutting. We want the canopy to remain. We want that shade. It keeps the moistures down in the ground. It allows for embers to be less likely to ignite. It keeps the soil healthy, and it also allows the native vegetation to start returning. A lot of our shaded fuel break is the removal of non-natives, thinning out the unhealthy trees, and limbing up the trees. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to break the horizontal and vertical continuity of fuel. And that way, as a wildfire is approaching one of our shaded fuel breaks and the embers are landing in that, area, they are less likely to ignite and create a new high-intensity fire that creates embers right up against our homes. You hear stories about, embers traveling 3/4 of a mile or greater. Those aren't the embers that are destroying homes. Those are the embers that are starting new fires near our homes that create embers that destroy our homes. So if we can decrease the ember production next to our homes through shaded fuel breaks, then we see that as a huge success. Our biggest, well, no, actually, this isn't our biggest anymore, but one example of one of our shaded fuel breaks is the Greater Ross Valley Shaded Fuel Break, and we've been working in partnership with Marin Water on this project. 38 miles, we're about 21, 22 miles into the production of this. One of the things that you have to realize on these shaded fuel breaks, though, is that you are creating infrastructure, and with infrastructure comes maintenance. And that's the beauty of Marin Wildfire's funding, is that we have the ongoing funding, should we renew each year, each time we need to renew, to maintain this infrastructure that we're creating. Year one, MWPA, new projects, maintenance of projects. And as we've been going, we're entering into it's amazing, we're entering into our 5th work plan right now, the development of our 5th work plan. Funding for maintenance is here, and funding for new programs is here. So we're tipping the scales in the right way. Evacuations, alerts, and notifications, this is exciting. We just brought in Ladris Artificial Intelligence to help artificially model evacuations, and we can do this live time. You probably all heard about the Google study in Mill Valley. This is the Google study whenever we want to do it. We could do it pre-planning. We can say, hey, it's a holiday weekend. It could even be, we're doing a major upgrade to the water lines on a certain street, and we can model the traffic based on that. And all of the agencies, including law enforcement for Marin Water, have access to that. So it's going to be an amazing tool, but it's also a lifetime tool that during an emergency we can use that. And then we continue to increase the way we can get notifications out to our public. And that part of our evacuation or ingress egress risk assessment map is a quantifiable map of all the risks throughout the county, the danger, the fire risk on a roadway, the ability to communicate cars up and down the roadway, our ability to get the message to our residents, and we even modeled human behavior based on historical trends of how humans react to evacuation notifications. And so now we know where the most dangerous evacuation routes in Marin are. And not only do we know they're dangerous, we know why they're dangerous. And that gives us the ability to create a plan to solve that. And then there's altering fire behavior and some of the analysis that we're doing. Through our home inspections, we have about 540,000 data points. We put that through a fire modeling system with 2 weather regimes, and it gives us risk ratings for everything that's on that property. And so now we know the most dangerous things within a property, but then we can look at an aggregated community level, and we can know the weak points within our communities, and we can start focusing energy there. And then we are also doing that same type of analysis through our shaded fuel breaks, so we know what kind of flame length reductions we have, what type of rates of spread reductions we have, how much we've decreased the fire in the canopy, and then, but it still, again, can show us where our weak points are and where we can start increasing our work. And this is just a good example of that if you walk through that, but I want to hit on that middle piece there, and that is the projected metrics between 1, 5, and 10 years. This allows us to project when we need to come back and perform maintenance on those. And so that allows us for strategic budgeting years in advance. And then there's pathways modeling, and that's where our partnership with Marin Water comes into play. Fires rarely are this big giant wall of fire coming into you. They find targets of opportunity, they find drainages where the wind is focused and funneled, and that's where the fire burns with most intensity. I kind of liken it to my hand. The fire probably would spread through my 5 fingers and then spreads laterally between my fingers, and that's what creates that perimeter. We don't have the money to treat everywhere right away. So if we can identify where the fire is most likely to burn through the open spaces and then enter the built environment, that allows us to put what we call a strategically placed local area treatment right there and modify the fire behavior. It's not to stop the fire behavior, it's to modify, decrease the rate of spread, decrease the ember production. By decreasing the rate of spread, we increase the amount of time our residents have to evacuate, and through all the work they've been doing around their homes, now it's a safer environment to evacuate. So it's a key strategy, and we've done a lot of modeling already of the fire pathways within the watershed, and we are starting to work towards using that to help us prioritize where we get work done. And this is a quick slide that kind of brings all of that together. The parcel level analysis, the shaded fuel break analysis, combine that with pathway analysis, and now we can start really focusing our work where we can get the greatest risk reduction. And then I was fortunate to work with Marin County Fire for 30 years. I feel like Marin County Fire was probably the closest partner of a fire agency. I'm biased again, but so much of Marin County Fire's jurisdiction overlaps or borders with Marin Water, and I just felt like I had a great partnership with Marin Water all along. However, I see one of Marin Wildfire's roles in this environment is as a convener. And so we're really trying to be that connection between all of the fire agencies in Marin Water and ONETAM so that we could all be collaborating together and bringing in alignment. So the CWPP, another acronym, Community Wildfire Protection Plan, that's for the built environment, right? And then we build our work plan based on that. And then you have your BFIP and the Forest Health Strategy, that's for the open spaces and the wildlands, right? Well, there's overlap to those. And so we've been able to identify where those overlaps intersect and that we can work together. And you guys just had a great article in the newspaper yesterday for ONETAM and the $4-point-something million grant based on the Forest Health Strategy. And by the way, that is an amazing document. It's amazing. And that is such an awesome argument on why grantors should be spending money here based on that document, because it really is a scientific-driven approach to get the work done. And so there's a partnership with the MWPA in that. We talked about the intersecting projects. Intersecting public outreach is huge for all of us. And then the reintroduction of fire into the Mountain Town watershed. Hats off to Marin Water and Marin County Fire for the prescribed fire that was up at Rock Springs late last year. The effects were phenomenal. It went very well. A lot of the prescribed fire that we've been seeing in Marin has been in grass and brush. This was one of our biggest forays back into the heavy fuels, the heavier timber, which is vital for us. That's where we are going to get the most bang for our buck in prescribed fire. But it was also a perfect example is that we can't just reintroduce prescribed fire without mechanical work first. The forest is not in a place where we can do that safely. So the mechanical work is our first entry into the work. And then after we do the mechanical work, that's when we can have prescribed fire with the great effects that you guys had at Rock Springs. And I think that's it. And I'll stop my slideshow and avail myself to any questions you may have.
Well, Ben, I'll go ahead and start off. And you know, Ben, I do want to say appreciate the fact you invited Mark to speak here today. And Mark, thank you for making the time to come to our organization, because when we hear stories from the public like this morning's comments and we read about the destruction of fire throughout the state of California, what helps me sleep better at night is the work that Mark and his organization is doing, not only because they're doing good work in the built environment, but how fortunate we are to have someone with an extensive history of fire suppression here in this county. And not only that, you know, really someone who's not the norm. And what I mean by that is suppression-led folks are so interested in suppressing fire quickly. How can we put stuff out? The only answer to this is airplanes and bulldozers and boots on the ground. And for someone to have the foresight to understand that that's not the only solution, and then also be part of the team that brought Marin Wildfire to its I guess to its founding through the measured the property tax dollars, we're very, very fortunate. And to throw icing on the cake, he understands that, you know, fire doesn't respect nature's boundaries, and so, or jurisdictional boundaries, excuse me. And so without partnerships throughout the county, and Marin Water, we're just one of the many ones they partner with, we wouldn't be successful. And same on the reverse, that we wouldn't be successful without their work they're doing. So I'm very excited that we're continuing to partner, and I would like to continue to make sure that all of our efforts are in concert with what you're doing. and so that we understand the risk, and I couldn't be more appreciative of all the information that you're sharing through the projects that you're working on or funding, because it's going to make our watershed much safer to do. So thank you very much, and I continue to encourage that everything we do is a partnership, hand in hand, so that we get the greatest bang for our buck whenever we do any of these efforts.
Yeah, just some specific points. But first, Mark, thanks a lot. That was a great summary of a lot of good work, and like Matt, really appreciative of the efforts and the importance. It's always interesting to think about, or to better understand how analytics and advanced data collection methods are supporting, whether it's water supply improvements, fire prevention, and we have heard in the past about mapping of evacuation routes. I had never heard about efforts to model how fires might the pathways they might use to spread. That is really interesting. So thanks a lot for sharing. You started with a really interesting story from Montecito, and that highlighted the importance of hardening. Do you see a role for enforcement around home hardening? And I'm guessing it's super complicated, but it'd be great to hear your thoughts on it.
That is the million-dollar question. And most, if not all, current ordinances do not require home hardening. There are defensible space requirements. And just to give you an idea of some of the complexities, the Assembly passed the bill, I can't remember the bill number right now, that would mandate zone 0, from 0 to 5 feet, nothing flammable within zone 0, for residents that are in the state responsibility area that are very high fire and high fire risk zones. And it was up to the Board of Forestry to decide how to implement that by January of 22. We are in March of 24, and they still haven't figured out how to implement that. That's on the aside. What works better, citations, fining people, or leading people along through education and incentives? And a lot of areas have found that citations aren't effective. People see the amount of the citation, and then they see the amount that the work is going to cost. And it's not cheap. They'll go, you know what, I'll pay the $300 fine. Unfortunately, the stick doesn't work. Sometimes, though, the threat of the stick works. So San Rafael is embarking upon using citations, and they feel like they're getting success out of it. I don't know how many citations they've issued, but I think the threat of that citation helps. But when we're looking at our data where we don't have citations, we're seeing just as much compliance. So I think the public education, having D-space inspectors walk the property with the resident, that's my favorite form of public education, by the way, is the D-space inspectors meeting with the residents face-to-face. And then if they know we're going to do a re-inspection, the likelihood of them engaging is so much higher than if they know it's a one-stop shop. So the re-inspection part of it really works. Chipper days, we're seeing an increase of work because of chipper days, and then obviously our grant program. So I think public ed with incentivizing the work is actually the way to go. But I think our stick comes into partnership with insurance. If we can get in the insurance industry to understand that the work that we are doing is making California a profitable area for them, because we have to talk profits with the insurance company, right? And we're going to have to get this work done in far more than Marin. We need this type of work at scale throughout the entire state before the insurance industry will decide to re-engage for the agents, for the firms that have paused their policies, writing policies. So, but I think in a form, maintaining insurance is the stick more than a benefit, or a useful stick more than fines. And I feel this, and some of our survey results are starting to confirm this. I think Marin residents are more concerned about losing their homeowners insurance than losing their homes due to fire. And let's not, I'm just going to sound like an exaggeration, But the insurance problem in California can turn into financial collapse in California. It almost happened in Florida, and we're trending that way. If you can't insure your home, you can't have a mortgage. If if someone can't buy your home, if they can't get a mortgage. So we're talking financial collapse if the insurance industry collapses in California.
Hey, Mark, can you give a little more detail about the fire line that you have phase 1 and phase 2 that's in progress? The blue line, I think, was more southern Marin. And any sense of the timeline to accomplish this, how you prioritized phase 1 and phase 2? And I would imagine this is a big chunk of your spend.
It is. We're putting about $1 million of Measure C money a year towards that. We were granted $3.25 million from CAL FIRE. We've already expended the $3.25 from CAL FIRE and $2 million of our own dollars. So we're $5.25 million into this. When we built this, we used fire modeling to decide where the break needed to be, and then we used fire modeling, including historic occurrences of fire, and then the riskiest areas to identify phases. And so that's how we prioritize where we're doing work. That blue phase there, we are actually working on notice of entry, or NOEs, to get into the property, to allow for the property owners to allow us on the property, because we have to do biological surveys before we do the work. So we're currently in the process of the NOEs in that area, and then after the surveys, then we can start doing the work. However, we've exhausted 23-24's funding, so it'll start again in 24-25. Long answer, sorry.
I have a question. I've been pushing on Commissioner Lara to rethink insurance in California. It seems to me we need something like the state fund for workman's comp, which grew out of exactly the same problem. And it would be, I think, fairly easy on a statewide basis to offer insurance. I think there's some, I'm getting resistance, pushback, because they're afraid of private insurance companies. But, you know, when they're saying we're not going to issue insurance, and the gentleman that spoke earlier said his friend in Mill Valley could no longer get fire insurance for his building. You know, what happens in this situation, and I happen to own a house that's in one of these issue areas, not where I live, but own it. And you know, you don't have an option not to have insurance. If you have a loan, you have to have insurance. And then they magically come up with a solution under those scenarios, right? There's some high-risk carrier who will step in and charge you an arm and a leg to fix the problem. But I think you guys should be pushing on Lara too to fix this problem, because I think it's a very fixable problem. State fund works great. I mean, it's not cheap, but it's not expensive. And it works like a community effort in the sense that you get a feedback, you get money back from your premiums when they're doing okay. But I think something like that's going to happen, because I see a disaster in this, as you do. You know, economically, I'm not so concerned about the big scope of economics, but this individual homeowner scope. You know, no ticket, no wash. You got a really problem here. So,
my board and myself agree with you that we need to be forward-leaning on this, and we have taken the stance that we would rather work with the CDI, work with Commissioner Lara, the Assembly, and the Senate to be proactive in the development of solutions, rather than have a bad solution shoved down our throats. So I've actually testified to the Assembly twice now. We're meeting with CDI. We have a couple of really smart people working with us that have been exploring different options. California Earthquake Authority is a similar to state fund, right? And then there could be what Florida has done, where they put a bond measure in to help bridge the gap. It's part of the problem is what they're calling the missing middle now, that the insurance industry is not willing to pay for the first paradise. They're willing to pay for the second paradise. And so California needs to find a reinsurance for that missing middle, and there's several different options. Michael Wara from Stanford, I don't know if you know him, we've been meeting with Michael. I think he's one of the most intelligent people when it comes to this space, and picking his brain has been amazing. And to be pessimistic, and I agree with him, he feels that it's going to take, we're going to have to go over the cliff before they actually put solutions in place. So let's have an assortment of solutions that are ready to go, so that when we do go over that cliff, we can just go, you know what, that's the solution, here it is, it's already worked out, let's go.
I'm very happy to hear you're already taking the proactive stance on that. Yeah, I agree completely. And that's basically what happened with state fund.
Yep.
That's how state fund got put in place, is a cliff occurred. And, you know, state law says you must have workman's comp, and everyone says, I can't get the insurance. What am I going to do? And the state finally stepped up and said, okay, well, we'll take care of it. And for those of you who don't know who state fund is, it's a public-private partnership between the state of California and a company. Now, I don't exactly understand the company side of it, but it's a sort of state agency that functions very well, completely transparent in terms of the way it operates. It doesn't have any hooks or any problems. It flows like any private insurance company, and it works great. But I see that in the future here because of this problem of people trying to lever homeowners, you know, with giving them no option.
Right.
What do you do, you know?
And there's a lot of concern that the California FAIR Plan's oversubscribed.
Mark, just to follow up on that piece, 'cause I think, you know, to your point, right, we're not going to experience wildfire every year, but what we will experience is homeowners renewalship every year too. When you talk about actual measures that we could take to make our community safer, and hopefully those would be analyzed and truthed out by the insurance companies so that we can get back on a true course that's financially stable. My guess is insurance companies aren't going to be looking at risk just on the parcel level. They're going to be looking at from a regional level, of which we sit smack dab in the middle of. So it would be helpful, and not to throw anything on your plate, but when we start understanding like how our work can match up and be in parallel with what the insurance companies considered risk reduction that's valid, so they can remain profitable in conjunction and in concert with what you guys are doing, that would be very helpful as we do that.
And you've helped with this relationship, Matt. So is Dave Winokur, Frank Freevault, and we are side by side with IBHS, who are providing the main recommendations to the insurance industry. And then we're side by side with one of the primary actuarials that provide that type of information. So we're pulling the rope in the same direction as all those folks. And right now, the insurance industry does not use our data. They use their own data. And I think we need to get to the point where, in a way that still protects confidentiality of the residents, that we need to start having them accept the data that we're developing and the risk reduction data. And again, that's why we're doing it side by side with the actuarial, that if they buy off on what we're doing, then they can tell that to the insurance industry, and that's how we can get the insurance industry to see a good investment in California.
How do you work with ISO, if at all?
So the fire agencies are the primary people that work with ISO, and it seems to me, and Matt may correct me if I'm wrong on this, but the insurance industry, especially when it comes to wildfire risk, is putting far less emphasis on ISO.
To the part that we can affect, is there anything that you're aware of that the water district could be doing to improve, lower the cost of fire insurance for our residents by changing things like, you know, I mean, there's the 300 foot between fire hydrants and those kind of things. Is there anything, if we were to make it 200 foot, would it be advantageous, or are we already good enough? I mean, I'm going to put on my suppression hat here for when it comes to wildland urban interface fires. One to 200 feet difference between hydrants, probably not that much because we'd like to remain mobile. Yeah. It is a hardened and dedicated water supply that we need. You know, here's an interesting thing. I don't know how to solve this, and maybe this is the next greatest idea, but when a lot of homes are on the ground,
that 3/4 to 5/8 inch water line going into that house is what depletes the water system. And so if there's a way to have an automatic shutoff valve, I don't know if that's going on, Ben, or, but.
No, you know, Mark, it's a great comment. The Tubbs fire I was involved in certain ways. We couldn't maintain water pressure in the system, and we didn't understand where all the water was going. And, right, so the Kmart, whatever it was, burned down in the interior sprinkler system, and then you have your 6-inch feed to it wide open, right, until you figured it out, which was like day 2, and then slowly made your way. It's a tough issue. I think with the Santa Rosa Paradise, I think the industry's learning and getting a bit smarter how to navigate those, but yeah, it is, that particularly is as you lose the structure, you got to get out there and close your curbs with the stops if you can get there. Yeah.
Well, and the other part of that, Ben, is I was involved with the Catholic high school that's in the south of Santa Rosa that got caught in exactly this issue. All of the sprinklers went off, but the water didn't have water. So everything's cool. Then the water came back on and it flooded the high school. And they had like $1 million damage to the floors and things because all the sprinklers started spewing with no fire to put out. But it's tricky stuff. You know, you put valves into the fire control system that can be open or closed or maybe not. You know, what happens if you have a fire? You close the valve and then you have a fire.
Right. No,
you know, what happens?
Or an auto valve that doesn't work properly. Yeah, it's pretty tricky. Do we?
There was one question
Okay.
that I heard was, what does ISO stand for? Insurance Services Office. Insurance Services Office. And it's a rating that fire departments get based on their staffing, how many stations they have, their training records, water supply, what type of equipment they operate. And it's a rating that the insurance industry uses as part of their rate settings. However, it's more
the cost of your insurance, your homeowner's insurance.
But it's more
directly
focused.
determined.
It's more focused on if your house catches on fire rather than a wildfire.
Yeah, and Mark's correct on the house piece, and what's currently in the works now is essentially a wildfire response score, an ISO for a wildland fire, and it should be rolled out, I think this year. I think Moore Foundation funded all of it, and so they're going to be looking at all the communities that should be doing that, because people are making investments in their community, should be rewarded for it, but understanding, you know, it's much different than the built environment. Right? When we look at a home, we're looking at age, classification, et cetera. When we're looking at this problem, we're looking at surrounding areas, your neighbor's home, and there's so many other complicating factors that go into this.
We do have 2 public comments. The first one is Mr. Larry Minikis, and then the second person is Ms. Linda Novi.
Mark, I want to thank you for being here, and if I don't see you at least twice a week, the week feels unfulfilled. I just want to, first of all, my head is exploding because last night I opened the mail and I got an insurance cancellation. It says because my agent is no longer there. I talked to the company during lunchtime. They said, well, go see if you can find another agent for the area. But in the meantime, I'm telling you, this is not a pleasant feeling, knowing that I'm going to run out of insurance in June. So, yikes. What I want to say here is that for roughly 25 years, I've been advocating for more work on the watershed, you know, for our fire-dependent ecosystems. And it's just really exciting to see that we're working more closely than ever together. And that's all I wanted to say at this point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. Sorry I missed the beginning of your talk, Mark. My name is Linda Novi. I'm speaking today as a homeowner and also as first vice president of Marin Conservation League. A couple months ago, I had the pleasure of hearing the gentleman you referred to, Michael Laura, speak at our Climate Action Working Group meeting. And he had one of the comments that really struck me, I thought was interesting, is he said a focus that could happen is at the entries to public lands, and that juxtaposition next to private housing, that in both areas there could be a heightened defensible space. And I think that's really a great concept. So I just wanted to bring that forward. And he even said the first 10 houses or so on both sides of the street, you heighten their defensible space because, as we all know, and I'm on a Firewise group, you're only as safe as your neighbor's defensible space is. So I thought that was worth bringing up here. Secondly, our president, Terry Thomas, who's very involved in defensible space and wildfire protection, in her president's message, refers to the MCL's Parks and Open Space Committee meeting in February, and I believe Marin Water attended it. Audubon Canyon Ranch was there. Marin Wildfire Protection Authority was there, etc. And she talks about time to pivot. And so one of the pivots, and I'm just going to talk about this one, is move away from the terminology fuel breaks and shaded fuel breaks. And so apparently what was discussed at this meeting, I wasn't there, is she says pivot instead to the concept of expanded defensible space, which is similar to that which describes protected areas around homes. And so she goes on to talk. I can give this to you if you want to read it, but I think it sounds like there may be some shifting. I'm not sure.
Well, I was at that meeting. And
yeah,
so,
what's your understanding?
Yeah, and so that what you're talking about with what Michael Warrer was talking about is exactly what the Greater Ross Valley Shaded Fuel Break and all of our work is. We are expanding that defensible space right along the urban interface boundary at the entry points of the fire. We protect those first row homes. I'll use the Tubbs Fire as an example. The first row homes in Fountain Grove, if they don't ignite, Coffee Park doesn't burn down.
Great. Okay, thank you for that. And then lastly, as a homeowner, and to what Director Russell was talking about and other directors, I live 12 houses from the entry to Cascade Canyon Open Space Preserve. My insurance, Travelers, with whom I've been with for over 20 years, canceled my insurance as of February 17th. I currently have no fire insurance. I am waiting 4 weeks to get the FAIR plan. I could have chosen Lloyd's of London for $15,000 for my fire insurance, $15K. And I decided to hold out and try for maybe an $8,000 policy with the FAIR plan, but they're so backed up, they've apparently hired some more people, even if you request an expedited attention. So right now, I really don't have any fire insurance. Penny Mac has said, we noticed you've run out of insurance. We're going to back bill you for insurance. I hope that means they've bought insurance for me. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. There are no further speakers.
I have a question. You started talking about evacuation. And take no offense here, Jed, but there are parts of Mill Valley which are very similar to the Oakland area with basically what I understand a fire truck does is they just go and they're going to just push the cars, hit the cars, basically, because there's no way to get the fire truck through, clear path. I don't know what we do now about that. It's clear that those roads are too narrow or should be no parking allowed, one or the other. And are there plans to head in that direction, or?
Mill Valley is a great example of that, where they have actually set up different parking standards for red flag days and non-red flag days, and they have trailers with that set up. So when it's red flag day, they pre-position their equipment, and then they can restrict parking in certain areas, but they also set up traffic control so that we have, you may have mentioned or may have noticed when I talked about the evacuation study, I call it evacuation ingress and egress. So they actually set it up that they will do traffic control to allow egress at the same time they allow the firefighter ingress. And so yes, and Mill Valley is a great example nationwide to follow. And so with the Ladris artificial intelligence product that we have, we're going to continue that throughout the rest of the communities.
Okay, we do have
Okay, folks, we are coming back to the discussion. So folks in the back, if you could, yeah. So our plan for this afternoon is to continue the work we've been doing. We're continuing goal number 3. We're thinking we'll go through goal number 3 and goal number 4 and then take a stretch break because we'll probably need it. And then come back with goal 5 and wrap up conversations. So we're launching into goal 3, watershed stewardship.
Good afternoon. I'm Sean Horn, Director of Watershed Resources. We're going to walk you through the watershed stewardship goal and the various objectives. You know, on my way in this morning, it was so nice outside, I thought it would be a good day to be exploring the watershed, but we can spend the afternoon talking about what we'll do over the next year here. So we have 5 components of the watershed goal: creek restoration, watershed resiliency to wildfire, stewardship, recreation, and facilities. Similar to the other objectives that we've been talking about, not all of them are making it into the annual work plan, so we'll walk through the specific ones that will be in this work plan for the year, and we're going to start with the creek restoration component and what the district's doing to establish a resilient watershed and improve habitat within Lagunitas Creek watershed, specifically this next year. So this first one in A, there's 20 words, and I don't think you can pack more work into 20 words for this year for the district. We are working on one of the largest restoration projects the district has ever done in Lagunitas Creek. And we're going to be doing it in a section of the creek that's incredibly sensitive and has a ton of spotted owl habitat. So we're going to be doing it in a small construction window from August to October. It's $6.8 million of grant-funded work that we're going to be completing. We're putting over 100 logs in the creek. We're putting gravel, and we're implementing gravel augmentation on a large scale that the district hasn't done to restore those physical processes that are lost from the dam and the watershed. It's kind of really cutting edge restoration that we're doing in the Lagunitas Creek this year. And we're hopeful that we'll be able to secure all the resource agency permits to implement it, and that we'll start construction this August on 3 to 5 of the sites. We will complete that by Q4 of this year. And then in parallel, we'll be updating our Lagunitas Creek stewardship plan. That's something we've been working on through conversations and collaborations with the TAC, and we're hopeful that we'll get it through that process this year. In addition to that, we're starting to use pit tag antennas, which we've used in the past, but we've gotten grant funding, and our fisheries group has just been doing an excellent job of integrating this type of technology into our monitoring work and expanding this network of antennas throughout the watershed to help us understand kind of the patterns of returns of fish in Lagunitas Creek. So that's a hopeful item that we'll have 2 more antennas in the system by Q3. So moving on to resiliency to wildfire for the watershed, all of these components are being wrapped into the annual work plan.
Yeah, you want to,
yeah. Oh, do you want to ask questions?
So many exciting things.
Yeah, go for it, Monty. Sorry.
I want to see what comes next too. Needless to say, wow, incredible amount of amazing work ahead that's grant funded is just, spectacular. I mean, that's money that, this is work that would need to be done anyway, and the fact that it's not being borne out on ratepayers, that this is something that we've been able to go and bring in is just huge, and $6+ million. It's just spectacular. I'd like to really encourage, as part of this, because it's such a, I know that to this type of work, and I think it's super cool. Maybe I'm the only one, but I think that this would be really great to figure out a day when the public and the board could come and see what this means to put this kind of stuff in, and do it in a way that is coordinated, so it's a minimal lift. And not interruptive to getting the work done. So just huge congratulations, and look forward to actually seeing it going in.
Yeah, and Sean, to follow up on that, and you guys are probably way ahead of us on this one, but it would be really neat to see a kiosk, much like at Leo Cronin, when you see the actual fish life cycle, et cetera, to see basically an advertisement for all the work you guys are doing so people can understand and take a look, because it is such a big lift, and I feel like it's all this work that's going on under the water like a duck, and being able to see it and be able to show it would be great.
Good. And I'll just note that
Sean just went, before you move on from this.
Oh, I'm not going to move on. Go ahead.
You can go ahead.
So we are one of the sites on the Salmon Restoration Federation's site tours that's coming up. So we heard about that from a community member earlier, and Lagunitas Creek is one of those sites, and we're presenting at future years in terms of that. So that's one way we're getting people out, but that's a great comment on how we can engage other people. And then the kiosk thing is something that's on the list, and you've obviously read through the slides, and there's a component of that on a future slide, and Leo T. Cronin update is on there as well.
Ben and I have participated in a number of meetings with the Marin Conservation League, specifically with Terry Thomas, around restoring Redwood Creek. Redwood Creek is basically supplies the water via wells to Muir Beach residents that are not our customers. But we do supply water to the Golden Gate National Monument at Muir Woods. And it is an effort that we're trying to support somehow to see if we can help partner with the federal agencies, with the local agencies, with the county. And since those discussions are happening, I feel like it should be on this list. It is creek restoration. It's not our creek, but it is something that we're trying to help make happen and restore coho salmon to that creek, which actually had 0 count in a recent year and is really quite sad. So I think we can help. But Ben, I don't know if you have any thoughts on it.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think it does work, so long as it's written and understood that it's not a strategic objective necessarily of this district, because it's not in our service area to restore Redwood Creek, but to the extent we have synergies, and we do, and we have an interest and there's an opportunity, referencing the support actions does make sense.
Yeah, Ben, that would be interesting when we're looking for additional funds, more of a regional approach. That would consider that creek potentially, as long as it's not going to weigh down our score. But if we look at a regional perspective, it'd be interesting to see who can help logistically assist us with that.
And I just would underscore too that while I understand why there's a separation that Redwood Creek is not in our service area, the coho population that we are restoring on Lagunitas Creek, it functions as a regional population. So when we bolster the population in Redwood Creek or Walker Creek, that's helping our population in Lagunitas Creek. So I think there's a really important nexus there. So I'd support finding a way to add that in as another element in our work plan.
And I'll just note, right, state parks and national parks are incredibly active in Redwood Creek, and Lagunitas Creek doesn't get quite as much attention, and the district's been kind of focused on that one in the past. So wildfire resiliency to wildfire, we'll walk through all of these. This is really how we're addressing wildfire issues on the watershed and how we're carrying forward that work in the next year. So the first one's really focused on our rangers and their coordination of other agencies for search and rescue and wildfire response on the watershed. I'll just note that, right, we do have 6 rangers. We developed the ranger trainee program to build capacity within that group this last year. We also have 7 individuals in our maintenance group that are wild and fire trained. And then we have 3 resource advisors now on the watershed that have red cards and have gone through the resource advisor training. So our wild and fire response has been increasing over the past few years. The BIFIP is our vegetation management plan that we're implementing currently. We're targeted for year 5, where we have 1,500 acres of work that we'll be completing by Q4, and we report that out every year to the Watershed Committee and conduct the environmental compliance that's associated with the implementation work. Under strategic partnerships, we're identifying the One TAM Forest Health Strategy, and that's helping us lead into the implementation of prescribed burns and coordination with County Fire to implement those, as well as the other land management agencies. And that was really, meaningful work last year on Rock Springs, and we hope to do some more of that. Workforce development, we're looking at our partnership with CC&B and CCC, where those agencies get direct grants for their crew to do work on lands that have CEQA documents in place. And so we're benefiting from our BIFIP being in place and ready to go. So we're getting crew hours allocated through state grants to those agencies to help develop that workforce within and career pathways for natural resource and wild and firefighting. We also developed we're going to be working through the new contract that we developed with County Fire for the Fire Foundry program, really, and the TAM crew as well. And then looking at continuing to get support through the AmeriCorps WSP program and Grizzly Corps program in this fiscal year 2025, which really helps us do our work on the watershed and supports our fisheries group as well as our natural resource and volunteer program. In wildland firefighting, we're just really trying to keep our equipment up to standards, and we have a need for an additional ranger truck to support the additional ranger position that we created in the last year, and then UTVs to support our ranger trainee program. So I'll stop there if any comments for the resiliency section. All right, going on to...
Sean, just one point. You know, we hear so much about the importance of prescribed burns.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's getting a lot of attention. Do you feel like one more prescribed burn is a sufficient objective here? I think I also just understood for the first time from Mark's presentation earlier that there's a lot of prep work that has to be done prior to a prescribed burn. So it's I'm sure, very complicated. Yeah.
We're entirely dependent on county fire to implement the prescribed burn, and so we're developing the burn plans and doing the initial implementation work to get the sites prepped for doing the project when it comes time. It always depends on the season. If fire crews are out on fires and they don't have the capacity here locally to do the prescribed fire, there's going to be a limitation there. So I think this is very realistic in what we can do, and our compliance document only supports 1 to 2 burns a year.
And Sean, just to follow up on that, I think it's important to just reinforce the fact that not all of our lands are prepared to receive prescribed fire or low intensity fire. We've got such an accumulation of vegetation that it would burn hot and intense to the point where it would exceed the prescription for fire. And so you guys are doing incredible work. All the pile burning is bringing it back to a level from which we can reintroduce good fire.
Yeah, and that's a great point, right? The piles that we have on the watershed are part of our ongoing work, and we have a lot of piles to burn off this spring and this winter, and that's in preparation for prescribed fire in the future.
Sean, the Swiss actually have forest managers living kind of like the caretakers on the watershed were, except they manage the forest, to the point of sweeping up loose debris. Do you think there's any role for something like that? You know, like a person that would be appointed to roam the watershed? I mean, maybe we already do that in essence.
I think it's, so for our veg work, it's really actually pretty impressive how many contractors we utilize to do this work. On any given day, we can have 25 to 50 additional people doing this work on the watershed. So, you know, it's an interesting concept of having folks living on the watershed and tending and stewarding the land. It would take a lot of them to really have the impact and benefit that we're looking to have.
The Swiss use a lot.
Yeah. So going on to the stewardship, again, this is one where all of our kind of sub-objectives will flow into our work plan. Really, we're looking to advance our stewardship activities on the watershed through adaptive strategies and partnerships with the community. This comes in part with our biological monitoring that we carry out for various resources on the watershed. We utilize staff as well as consultants to do this work, and all of this work flows up into the Peak Health Report, which is really the way we should be looking broadly, regionally, at the resources here in Marin County, and we are doing that through that collaboration with our strong partnership at OneTAM. The regional partnership that we'll be bringing to our watershed committee meeting next week is our update of our OneTAM strategic plan, annual plan, and MOU, and that's a really monumental step. 10 years ago, we signed our first MOU to begin the partnership with OneTAM, and now we're going forth with this kind of second phase of it. And so we're really refining that process and that partnership, and as you've seen recently with the Forest Health Grant that we received, that partnership is really maturing and focusing on valuable projects and programs that are supported through it. With regard to regional restoration opportunities, the Golden Gate Biosphere Network received some foundational funding to do a climate vulnerability study on keystone species, and we've been working with that and providing staff expertise to that process, and we're looking forward to seeing that final document in this next year, so Q4, that'll be completed, and hopefully try to point us to some restoration and stewardship activities that the district could be building into our existing work and programs. In regards to stewardship programs, we have a lot of volunteer opportunities. But really this year, what we're focused on as a new initiative is to resurrect a trail maintenance program. And first and foremost, it's through a training, which we're going to be doing again this year. And we piloted last year where we're bringing on a professional group to do a trail training for our seasonal staff, our ranger trainees, and some of our volunteers. That's going to allow us to do monthly volunteer trail maintenance projects. That'll help us implement the Azalea Hill project, help us with any outcomes of our recreation feasibility study that we're advancing, and is really kind of a big initiative for this year. I'll just note also that our Grizzly Corps member from AmeriCorps that we're working with through UC Berkeley has been focused on kind of developing some of the framework for this. Natural resource interpretation, going back to our kiosk signs, right, we can refresh and improve our messaging around the watershed, and that's one of the priorities that we're identifying for this next year. And we think that we can kind of move through about 6 of those, and we're going to start with the Leo T. Cronin, where we're going to do a nice improvement to the kiosk about the restoration work that we're doing on Lagunitas Creek. And then one of the things we want to bring, we're coming out of, the true COVID space and looking at having more interactions with our visitors through quarterly watershed hikes and community events, something our ranger trainee program will be focused on, as well as our volunteer program.
I have a question.
Yeah.
We've heard a number of folks talk about it, Larry Minikes being one of them. Is the unrepresented group on the watershed, the animals? It seems to me that maybe we should consider having an advocate for the animals. I once did a job for LA Water and Power where I was hired to represent the citizens living in the impacted area, paid by Water and Power, basically to fight them. Not exactly to fight them, but effectively representing the people's point of view to LA Water and Power. And there might be a role for something like that because, it's something that bothers me. And we have a pretty non-callous, not necessarily you, but I think in general, humans have a pretty callous viewpoint of the animals. They're just kind of in the way. So maybe there's a way to incorporate that kind of thinking in there to get an advocate for them.
Yeah, I'll note that we do have our yellow-legged frog docent program as well as a turtle docent program, so that is built into our volunteer program and thinking about how we can have kind of that wildlife interpretation piece on the watershed. We see a lot of kind of dogs in creeks that need to be kind of reminded that we want to protect the resources in there, so that's a great point and something that we'll continue to think about.
I do want to emphasize the docent program, Larry. So with respect to this, because I do have friends that are really excited to be part of this process of protecting, in this case, the yellow-legged frogs. So I would say that there is attention to these issues. I'm sure there could always be more, but we do have programs in place.
Yeah, I was thinking a little broader than that. We're fine with certain species. The fish would be, I think, in the same vein. They get pretty well protected. But there's a lot of other critters floating around. And Paul and I were talking the other day about this concept of reintroducing the beavers, which I think is kind of cool, sort of, except for things like beaver fever, Giardia. I mean, it got its name around them because they're a carrier of the cyst. But, we don't have any really comprehensive plan that I can see for managing them. And, playing God is a tricky subject, huh? Like Yellowstone thought they had it under control, but they really don't. And, we don't have so much with the predators and things of mountain lions and stuff, but we do have some. And, I'm looking for a little more comprehensive than picking a species like yellow-legged frogs. And undoubtedly that thinking it was done, I'm just not privy to it, how it got focused on yellow-legged frogs. And, the sensitivity you mentioned about the dogs, that's a pretty tricky one too. It's kind of like the horses and the bikes. The only intelligent part of them is the person riding them. And the dogs are similar, is the person that's taking care of them. But the dog is just a dog, he thinks simple-minded.
Yeah, so I'll just note that a lot of our biological monitoring is driven by threatened and endangered species, so that's kind of how it's prioritized to some degree. And then we have the Wildlife Picture Index project, which is much broader, to look broadly at the watershed and other public lands and the types of wildlife that are moving across them, and having a cataloging process to help us kind of collect long-term data about the health of those wildlife species.
In some of the work, I imagine, Sean, that we do for these, in a way, kind of indicator species does provide broad benefit to the overall environment, right? You think about the aquatic environment, we're focused on the indicator species, but really enhancing in just an amazing way the entire environment that benefits broadly, right? All the aquatic species as well as the birds and others that benefit from the riverine ecosystem.
Yeah, I just want to add too, I want to really recognize our staff, and Sean, yourself included, that we have a lot of sensitivity to the fish and wildlife and plants and animals that are on the watershed, and the amount of data that we collect, the way that the BIFIP is set up. So many other indicators should give assurance to people that we're not just focused we're not blindly focused on any one aspect. We see it as a holistic endeavor of the health of our watershed and our water supply. And, myself, in my own background, I am paying a lot of attention to the health of our watershed because it matters a lot to me personally, professionally, and I think it is also service on the board. I think that, we have the partnerships that we have with One TAM and with Point Blue and many others that are our partners at the Lagunitas Technical Advisory Committee that have, both conservation groups as well as agencies. It's pretty broad, and maybe we don't do a very good job at telling the story about all of our conservation partnerships, and that might be something to highlight in some way, so that when folks wonder how much we take our job of stewardship of our natural resources and threatened and endangered species, maybe we have a better way to quickly communicate how much we really are attentive to that aspect. But I think it's obviously really important work, and it's part of how we are securing $6 million to do this work in Lagunitas Creek, is because we are attentive to this listed species, why it's a priority of, and at the same time we're getting to restore the health of our river, which will benefit many other species, not just the intended coho, and that is the primary driver of the funding. So in that way, our attention to listed species helps us bring in money that benefits our district.
So going on to the people, we're talking about recreation, managing the watershed visitation for water quality protection, and to connect visitors to the watershed through recreational opportunities and stewardship, while maintaining a rich environment that supports visitors. So we've gone through this past year and a half or so, the Watershed Recreation Management Planning Feasibility Study, and we're going to be completing that and identifying some priority outcomes and align that with some timeframes. So we're hoping to bring that to the next Watershed Committee meeting, and then that'll kind of paint the way and for the actual strategic opportunities to start happening over the next year. In alignment with that is the continued implementation of Azalea Hill Trail Restoration Project, where we've been doing a lot of work. We've gotten $1 million grant from the state parks to implement this, and we've gotten a couple more components to complete this next year, and we're hopeful that we'll be able to complete the 4 miles of social trail removal, the completion of the hiking route, 1 additional bridge, and then we have 1.9 miles of improvements along the multi-use section along Alpine Lake. There's also a parking lot improvement at Bolinas Fairfax Road at the Azalea Hill Trailhead. That's a really complicated phase, and so we're going to be taking some time over the next year and a half to look at that and the trailhead kiosk and what that'll look like. So that's where there are additional grant funds or funds that will be needed for components that aren't quite captured in this work plan yet. Nature-based self-guided tours and outreach materials is to complete a self-guided tour of our prescribed burn that was implemented at Rock Springs. We did a self-guided tour of Lake Lagunitas forestry restoration work last year through our collaboration with One TAM, and it was a really useful, helpful tool for people to learn about that work that was going on. And we see a benefit of doing something similar up at Rock Springs, where you're going to see some of these fire follower species coming back, and it's really a great opportunity for us to highlight the benefit, not just from the ecological perspective, but from the wildfire mitigation perspective as well. Any comments on that?
Yeah. A couple of different things. I think maybe an overarching one is I wonder whether our title is the right one. When we focus on the word recreation, I think we think of like, people out exercising, hiking, biking, horseback riding as recreation. And but I think there's, I guess you've used in earlier slides, you talked about our visitors to the watershed. And I wonder whether really what we need is a visitor experience plan, management plan, something that I think shifts this notion of focus on recreation, and instead think about everybody as a visitor to the watershed. Unless you're a plant or an animal that lives there, you're a visitor. And how do we manage that visitation and the experience of it, whether it is to recreate or it's to educate or to meditate, whatever your experience is, how we can manage that in a way that serves, of course, our core purpose of protecting the watershed, because it's our important water supply. Just want to overarchingly throw out that notion of maybe changing the way we approach the concept. The next thing is, I just want to, I'm in an unresolved place about our recreation management plan, which is where we started off a year ago, was to create a plan. And for a variety of reasons that we've all talked about, it shifted to a feasibility study. I don't think that feasibility study meets the need of a plan for visitor experience, as I would frame it. And so I feel like there's actually an unmet task. And I know that we've talked about the road and trails plan, which we're going to talk about in a second, as being potentially a place where some of those unfinished tasks would get picked up. But I'm not sure that that's the right way to start melding visitor experience with a road and trails plan. I could see how they fit, but I could also see how they are separate and have been separate in terms of how we've managed and planned around our watershed. And so I guess I'm putting out there as an open idea that I feel like we actually have unfinished work to create an actual plan that then pairs with our road and trails plan. But if we're going to put them together, then I think we actually have work to do to reframe the road and trails and visitor experience plan so that it addresses all those needs, and it does it in a way that is robust and guides what we do going forward.
Yeah, I appreciate that comment. I think that's kind of what we're trying to do with the feasibility study, is create a bridge to a conversation about what an updated roads and trails plan looks like. And it might not be a roads and trails plan. It might be something more global, like a watershed stewardship and visitor experience plan or something of the nature. There's a lot of different examples out there that public land management agencies use in terms of looking at how to manage their spaces, and we can look deeply at kind of which ones make sense.
Yeah, and I think as I think about where we are on this, we have shifted a bit the paradigm of how we think about the watershed and talking about recreation and visitors. So I do think it's an evolving kind of discussion for this organization. I think the steps we're making are very significant in terms of kind of opening up the broader discussion and integrating the visitors into our overall activities and priorities on the watershed. So I think we are hearing what you're saying, and I think we need to think about it in terms, as Sean indicated, as we think about, is it roads and trails, is it something else? Is there roads and trails first, and we think about a follow-on piece? So there's a lot of, I think, thinking we need to do and discussion with the board of how things are looking, because this really is a bit of a new direction for this institution that we haven't really tackled that I'm aware of, maybe ever.
I can see that, and I know that this is an iterative approach, and we're kind of, I think, taking stock of a recent change of where we've come to with this feasibility study. But I don't think a 5-year action item was to create a feasibility study. I think it was to create a recreation management plan, of which a goal we achieved this year was a feasibility study. And I I don't think I'm comfortable taking it off our 5-year action item, a recreation management plan, because I think we still need it. And until we change the name of it to something else, I think it needs to stay up there as an actual outcome in the next 5 years. And then what steps we will be taking to move that forward should be laid out in what we do in year 1.
Yeah, and I think that works because Sean's knocking out most of these year 1. So we're going to have an opportunity next year to say, okay, now that you have nothing to do, Sean, we really want to go deeper in these certain areas. No, I do think it's going to be a natural discussion, and I do think we hear what you're saying, and as we develop, what would next year's action item look like, for example, and that's something we can be thinking about.
Great. I mean, not to keep belaboring on it, because I think we've made a big investment in that work. There's a lot of relationship building that occurred with our community around recreation that we have momentum on, which I wouldn't want to see lost. I'd rather see us be able to continue that momentum forward, and to get clear about whether we are. I personally think that visitor experience needs to be figured out before we do roads and trails, because how else do you design your roads and trails if one of your driving principles is visitor management? So doing it in the inverse seems at the cart before the horse, and I think that we really do need to get clear about how we adapt to the change in direction, so that we make sure that we're clear on getting this accomplished as we originally set out.
And to build off what Monty is saying, I think leading with that, this is an adaptive process based on input and decision as we go forward and things we're finding out. And maybe this would help meet the need of understanding where we want to be in 5 years, and these identified steps to that, as opposed to, okay, we're going to do this and then we'll see where we go from there. A rough framework that we can obviously change on the fly sounds like it might be the answer.
Yeah, Director Sampson, that's consistent with what I'm thinking, because we do have multiple kind of goals and objectives in terms of this, right? We want to address e-bikes. We want to explore shared uses of trails. We want to think broadly about the visitor experience, right? So maybe roads and trails allows us to move forward in some areas as we think more broadly in others. So I think.
Sean, is there any concern about additional funds needed for completing at least what's planned in year 1, as well as the phase 1 of the Azalea Hill Trail project?
So are you asking about both A and B for additional funds?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think what we're saying with the additional funds for completing the priority outcomes, it's really going to be based on the discussion that we have next week at the Watershed Committee and how we schedule those things out to happen. You could see it happening in various kind of phases throughout the year or all at once. And so that's kind of what we're thinking about. What capacity do we have to implement those, and just exploring what that means from a funding perspective. For Azalea Hill, we've been really fortunate to be getting like annual grants from CCC and CC&B to do crew work on these projects. So like some of the additional funding might come through that route. The piece that's a little bit more complicated is that parking lot. That's like a big facility, and we're going to have to do some design work, which we might be able to do internally, but then what's the construction of that look like? And you could scale it in terms of what you design out there, and we have flexibility there. So that's kind of an ongoing conversation. So going on to facilities, and this is going to kind of continue the conversation we were just having around roads and trails. We're really looking at kind of how can we continue to support access on the watershed and make sure that our facilities are operational and well kept for emergency response, water system operations, and visitor access. So the roads and trails plan, that was developed in 2005. It was a pretty narrow scope in terms of looking at roads and trails, access, how we maintain those facilities. Through the recreation planning feasibility study, we've identified an opportunity to think about updating that document. I think what we're saying here in year 1 is that we would do an RFP to look at a consultant that could come on and help us shape what that looks like, what that document is, and what we focus on in it. So in the compliance to get us to implementing it as well. And then develop a priority list of visitor amenity improvements that the district might want to focus on as part of that scope as well. We heard a little bit earlier about the watershed, integrating the watershed facilities into the master planning process. So we're going to explore opportunities for components of outdoor education or engagement facilities that might be able to be built into that planning process. And then watershed housing, continuing to identify priority updates to the Sky Oaks Ranger Station, as well as evaluate opportunities for housing assets and considering workforce components as part of that as well. Any comments on the facilities? And this is the final subsection of the watershed.
Shannon, the feasibility study, you noted the potential for pilots that allow us to evaluate different forms of recreation. Are those included here under priority projects, or do we need to call those out more specifically?
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of just a timing. We're going to the watershed committee meeting next week to kind of get that document finalized, so we didn't want to kind of call attention to those things until we have that conversation. Does that make sense? That's the only reason it's not in the work plan currently. Our intention is that, if those are the priorities of the outcomes that align with the time frame, then we'd be putting those forward this year.
And we would, I think it would make sense to modify the work plan based on the outcome of that meeting.
And then I will just note in that document, currently we have a schedule for kind of how quickly those things would move forward if those are the direction of the board.
If there are any more board comments, I do have some public comments. The first three speakers, Larry Minikis, Laura Cheriton, and then Linda Novi.
Yeah, Sean, thank you so much for the presentation and for the thoughtful comments this afternoon. Under stewardship, while it's really baked into district operations, it would be helpful to have something on stakeholder engagement included in this in some format. I'm not here to suggest exactly what that should be, but I see that missing from all of this. And then to Larry and Monty's thoughtful comments on wildlife, this brings me to trails equity. And equity is now used commonly for diversity, equity, and inclusion. And it's an inappropriate way of approaching this in terms of trails, because equity does not include wildlife. When we're talking about equity, we're talking about user groups. And so it would be more inclusive to change this to something along appropriate and balanced access to trails, so that we are taking in biodiversity and wildlife in those comments, because we're completely leaving it out when we talk about equity. And then where we go from here on trails planning in terms of a timeline, I think for a lot in the community still remains really fuzzy. I think from the City Hall meeting, there's a feeling that we're moving to trails really quick here, and we really don't know. I don't think anyone can really answer where we're going. So hopefully in the watershed meeting, a timeline will start to become a little more clear to the community, because there's probably going to be some disappointment. People think by June we're going to have a bunch of trails open here or something. It's just the way people feel. They're waiting, they want something, yay, we won. And so it's where we are at. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you, Sean, for your presentation. Also, I wanted to reiterate and commend Director Russell and Schmidt for their comments about protecting wildlife and having them part of the discussion at an elevated level. If we were Native Americans, they would be at the top of the list. They would be considered our brothers and our sisters, and so I beg you to look at it from that perspective. Because they were here for thousands of years, and they have that technical ecological knowledge, and and respect to them for everything that they provided. That they gave us land, we took land, etc. Anyway, I think having wildlife and biodiversity and the uses that have been promoted precludes compatibility. I'm really concerned that we won't be able to enjoy increasing numbers of wildlife as long as we increase visitorship. And from my perspective, I'd rather give up going on the land and knowing that the animals were benefiting and that they were being protected. And for me, that would be a humongous sacrifice, as it would be for many. But I think we need to look at what we can sacrifice for their safety and their health and their longevity. And that's for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you.
I too want to applaud Director Smith and Director Russell's comments. At MCL, we've often felt the word user is just so inappropriate. Visitor. Ask people, if you're a visitor in someone's house, you respect their house. You take your shoes off before you go in the house. You aren't using their house. So we aren't using up the watershed. We're visiting. So I think that implies living lightly when we visit. I do like the idea of shifting the name of the feasibility study. Also, to Director Russell's comments regarding the rights of wildlife, wildlife are the residents, they're not visitors. And I do think that along with overlaying the BIFIFIP, sensitive natural resource areas, wildlife corridors, et cetera, should be part of this integrated thinking about this plan. And I think there has to be more of a commitment to eliminate night riding. Even though it's challenging, there are more tools that can be applied and more enforcement, because with bright lights, et cetera, we're probably harassing wildlife. Also, to the visitor experience, I was looking at the data that you put together, and Sean, you did such a good job making a thorough study of all this. But 44% of all visitors to the watershed from the survey, you know, and may or may not be super complete, but it's what we've got, are over 55. And of this, 21.4% are over 65, and I'm included in that. I hike and I ride my horse on the watershed. And these visitors may have impairments, vision, hearing, balance, may be unable to move out of the way quickly. So they need to be included in our push to have diversity of visitors on the watershed. How are we caring for them? We're an aging Marin County population. And then last but not least, there's a push toward the pilot programs. And I would just ask that to have a pilot program such as the ones being proposed, we have to build trust between visitor groups. And that can require a lot of soft steps, but it also requires enforcement. And that's mentioned very little in the plan. MCL is preparing a comprehensive letter for you. Thank you. We'll mention these things.
Thank you. There are no further speakers.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Brett Uppendahl. I am the district's finance director. Where's full screen? All right, so I'm going to be going over Goal 4 this afternoon, and that is fiscal responsibility. And again, the point of this goal is just to make sure we are judiciously managing our revenues and other financial resources to make sure the district can continue to operate both today and well into the future. The 5 objectives there are listed: financial stability, fair, equitable, proportional rates, cost-effective business processes, outside funding to reduce our financial impacts on our ratepayer base, and then financial transparency. So as with the rest of the presentations here today, these are the 5-year kind of overarching goals that are listed in front of you. And there are check marks next to each of those in which we have specific initiatives here this year. And in this case, we have all 3 that we are addressing this year. And I would also kind of note that similar to the water system resiliency, a lot of what we do in finance is really kind of ongoing work. And so there's a lot here that we're not talking about in terms of the day-to-day operations of the finance team and the administrative services division. But these are areas that we're highlighting for the overall year. So taking them in order, one of our first action items is to use our stabilization reserves. And so the board may recall that we established new policies for a variety of reserve accounts this last fall. And so following year end this year, as it shows over there, Q3, which will be after the fiscal year ends in July, we will bring back to the board options on how to fill those buckets and further refinements based on how the financial year ended. And so I think, part of the idea here is that it's one thing to establish reserves, it's another thing to use them prudently, both in the good times and in the bad. And so this will be the first chance we get to start to fill those buckets up and set ourselves on a course for kind of more financial stability when times are more challenging in the future. Item B there, long-term capital improvement program. This is really kind of the underpinnings of long-term financial health. It's one of those things where when you find yourself in times of financial shortfalls, long-term capital tends to be one of the first things that you defer or kick down the road a little bit. And I think here at the district, like many agencies across the country, we've done that in the past. And I think we had a note earlier about the reasons for ongoing increases in water rates and water costs across the country, and one of the main reasons is deferred maintenance and kind of the growing pressures upon all the investments made in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, and those are coming due. So a long way of saying that we're here to support Alex and the capital team as we develop the long-term capital program, and just really making sure that we commit ourselves through the budget process and through each rate cycle to not letting that be what we kind of put off to the side in terms of deferred maintenance for our water system. And then finally, non-rate revenue updates. Obviously, the big focus is on our water rates, and those are 95% of our revenue here. However, non-rate revenues are still an important piece, and so we talk about smaller things like parking fees and other fines that we may establish here for the district. And so the idea here is, even though they're a small part of the pie, we want to make sure we're evaluating them regularly and keeping at least pace with inflation, and making sure that we are fully funding the cost that it costs the district to provide those other services. And so we'll take a look at those in preparation for our fiscal year 26 budget. Any questions here on Objective 1, action items for the year? Okay, so our second objective here is to make sure we continue to kind of refine our rate structure and ensure we have fair, equitable, and proportional rates. And so in this case, we're addressing 2 in the current year, as we just obviously finished a big effort on our overall rate structure. So within this first year, the 5-year plan will be kind of rounding out the other side of our revenue portfolio, which is our connection fees. And as a reminder, those are connection fees paid for by new development in terms of buying into our overall system. And so number 1, we want to regularly evaluate those to make sure we're fully capturing our costs. And number 2, we want to make sure we're incorporating plans for any future development into that, so that if we do have significant development or any development while we're building for the future, we can fully and accurately capture those costs between new development and existing footprint. And the second piece there is our low-income program. So again, with our rates, we know that they don't affect everybody the same way. And so I think here at the district, we are proud of our current low-income program in the sense that it supports those who may be challenged for affordability reasons. And so what we do have is we don't have an unlimited supply of funds we can use for this. We have a fixed supply based on our non-rate revenue. And so we want to make sure we're evaluating our current program and really making sure it targets the right customers and making sure those who need the help most are able to get it. And so we'll take a look at, how we compare to other agencies around here, how we can really improve our outreach to ensure that qualified customers are enrolled, and how we can continue to make it better both for us as a district and for our customer base in terms of how we administer that program. So those will be the two focus areas in year one on our rate structure. Any questions here? Okay, and I kind of skipped ahead to that one, but these are both coming in quarter 3 and in quarter 4 to the board. As you can see, they're on our milestones.
Brett, real quickly on A there, the connection fee study.
Yep.
So, I mean, I think probably for the first time in a long time in our county's history, we're going to see an influx of entitlements coming on through either required housing elements or some commercial development period here. So this one is really important for me because one of the questions we get all the time is, how can Marin's Water support this new development when we almost ran out of water with our current population here? And so having a connection fee that we can tie into that gives us a talking point to tell the public, no, we are requiring these new developments to buy in to help us with our water supply system would be great. So the sooner we can get that and beat the entitlements would be preferred.
Yes. Thank you.
Just parallel to that, goes back to a conversation that we had a couple of years ago when I was early on the board, which is to understand what the likely increase in water demand is of development that's 5 years out or some window out. I think when we did that, the actual percent increase that we were looking at was really nominal. If anybody can remember the number, I want to say it was sub 1%. And so it's important to recognize that we need to be prepared for all growth. We don't set growth, but we meet reliability and needs. And so understanding what we're looking at and then taking into account that our connection fees are about somebody coming into the system and that there should be a contribution to that. So I think being able to, when we complete the study and make recommendations to the board, I recommend that we have a comprehensive picture about this as an issue so that we can communicate that with our customers.
Yeah, I'll second that. It comes up a lot, and I think it's more than 1% now with the 10% mandate by 2030. So maybe we look at the 2030 mandate as our hurdle to understand the increased demand by then.
It is part of our urban water master plan, right? It's about 8%.
It is in the urban water management.
Yeah. So, Brett, kind of stating the obvious, it's this, ensuring that we're investing sufficiently in capital improvements is also balanced with developing new infrastructure. So I guess just asking, as you present strategies for capital improvements, we're thinking about existing infrastructure and how that will align with new infrastructure development. It's going to be hard to do everything. So how do we prioritize those investments?
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. I think, generally speaking, the struggle for finance, the financial side of any operation is the priorities, right? How do they all prioritize? Because everything is a good idea and everything is needed. It's just a matter of where does it shake out and, how can we get it done? And so, I don't have the answers here today for it. I think, you're hearing a lot of different perspectives on where the priorities shake out. And each and every year we have 2 years, I guess, we have a budget process and then a rate process. And so it's a chance to kind of really, check those assumptions and really kind of find out the new priorities as they go. I think my goal over the long term, whether it's this 5-year plan or even longer term with the 30-year CIP coming up, is just to make sure that the things that are core infrastructure also have enough importance to them to rise to that discussion level to where we're talking about what is the most important and heading off things that are 4 or 5, 10 years down the road, just knowing life cycles. So like I said, I don't have an answer for you today other than the fact that I know they're all needed, and I think it's just good that we have a standard practice of continuing to keep those all in the discussion as we go forward, not letting one thing really kind of take too much precedence on the relative priority, if that makes sense.
Brett, one more question. I think maybe Molly, this might be in your wheelhouse too, is do we have the legal ability for an impact type fee outside of connection as a water district?
I mean, typically I haven't seen that. Typically water agencies, water sales is, retailers, that's their fee structure, is, to pay for the cost of service. Impact fees are for additional kind of on top of what we already provide. So it's typically more of a capacity charge or a connection fee. That's the way that we, you have new people buy into the system. It can be based on either a buy-in or funding future projects. Impact, I don't really see the district implementing impact fees. I mean, I could double check that, but that would be my first response.
No, and that's helpful.
No.
So I think this is our one shot to make sure we get it right. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so objective 3, and this is really kind of the more ongoing part of what we do in finance, is just really kind of helping the organization keep our eye on cost effectiveness in terms of improving efficiency in our business processes. And so each and every one of these, except for D, I should say, is on the year 1 work plan. Item D there, you'll see, is more tied to some of our longer term software improvements. But in terms of making sure that the district can continue to be cost effective in our operations, one of the first and largest undertakings we have going on is to update our enterprise planning software, which is our SAP update there, item A. And so, really taking what's been a 20+ year investment here at the district and modernizing it so that we can really get the most data and the best analytics out of it and really kind of unlock our workforce to be able to use the troves of data that we do have to inform our decisions. That's a really big effort by the finance team and specifically more so by the IT team. Secondly, they're making sure we're leveraging external resources for efficiency, and we've talked about that a few times today about where can we maybe supplement some of our ongoing operations with external resources, whether that be in studies and in planning, whether it be in actually delivery of our CIP program. Those are things again that will be on top of our mind as we look through mid-cycle budget reviews and as we start to prepare for the next budget cycle. Item C there, which is a AA or better credit rating. That's really a longer, slower slog to make sure we're always looking good in the eyes of our creditors and maintaining our credit rating and maintaining good bond rates. And so that really is a lot of the things we talked about earlier, is getting those right metrics in the right place with our revenues and our investments and how much debt service we have. And so that's really more ongoing, but it's something we'll take a look at again here this first and second quarter. And then item E there at the bottom, we do have a process internally for some of our discount programs, as I mentioned, with our income discount as well as our leak adjustments for unforeseen leaks. And we just want to make sure that our customer services team, who's also part of the admin services division, that we're really just processing those timely, that we're making it easy on our customers, whether it's on the web or whether it's with a phone call to complete the application, to learn about our programs, and then for our team to turn them around and be able to deliver the benefits that we do offer. So a lot more internal facing there, but it's still an important process in terms of how we spend our time and how we interact with our customer base. Any questions here on objective 3? Okay, so for objective 4, and this is one that we really work, a lot with many other divisions, and especially with Sean and Watershed in terms of obtaining outside funding, but also with engineering as well. We're always, I think as we've talked about some of the large size of our projects we have and challenges we have in the next 5 to 10 years, it's one thing to cash fund those, it's another thing to find alternative financing methods for those. And so this really gets to how do we leverage as much outside funding so that we reduce the impact on our ratepayers. And so part of that is through federal funding like WRDA for water storage improvements projects, and how do they align and how do we improve our ability to draw funds down there. Item B there, again, that'll be in our work plan this year, to prudently utilize bond funding, and we added that word prudently as part of this development process just because it's not just an unlimited well of resources. Again, we want to make sure we're using, when we do go out for bond funding, we're using those for the highest and most highly prioritized purposes to spread those costs over time for more generational projects. We'll talk about item C, developing and securing grants from state and federal agencies, and part of that is making sure we have the matching funds here on hand to go with those. And then E, really working on partnerships, and we talked about that with our partners up to the north, but regional partnerships to further bolster our chances to increase our state and federal funding opportunities. And so those will be happening again ongoing, but kind of really kind of milestones throughout the year as we make our way through the budget process. Item B, we have their bond funding for Q4, and that really depends on where we are with prioritizing our kind of 4 or 5 larger projects. And I know we had a presentation recently to the board on those, the top contenders. Also, kind of what happens with interest rates and the cost of financing. And then thirdly, capacity of staff to implement these, because once you go out for bond financing, you got to start working on them within a short period of time. So we want to make sure we have that timing right. We'll take a look there in Q4. And then, as I mentioned, federal and state grants and regional partnerships are much more ongoing, but we are going to make sure that we, check in with the board and with staff here in Q3 and Q4 as we do have those action items listed for the year. So finally, I have financial transparency here as our objective 5. And again, this probably falls more into our ongoing operations. But we want to make sure, number 1, that we're doing high quality work internally, and then number 2, that our customer base knows about the work that we're doing and is able to check in on us and certainly able to have trust in the financial operations of the district. And so item A there is really for customers' accounts, right? How do they see their accounts? How do they see their the bills they're getting, and how can they control that and understand it better? So we've actually recently completed this, so this is one we can check off pretty easily with the help from Adrian as well as from IT. We've developed an online interactive tool that helps inform customers about how much water they're using, what's a normal amount to be using, or what's kind of average for their area, and then links with how they can be more efficient with the water they're using. So that is actually up and live now. And the rest of these items here will be coming to the board in the third and the fourth quarter. We'll make a regular process of bringing fiscal policies to the board for review. We've already done a couple of those this year, and we'll finish that out at least for the first year with our purchasing policies, and then any other financial policies the board wants to take a look at here by Q4. We're going to start publishing our quarterly financial summary in Q4, which will be next year's second quarter, basically. So you may know that we do a monthly financial reporting to the board in our finance committee meetings. We're going to go ahead and turn that into a more formal quarterly financial statement for the public and anyone else who's interested to be able to take a peek into the district's finances. We're going to try to beef up our internal and external financial audits this year, meaning that not only are we just going to do the financial audit as part of each year, but we'll start to identify areas where we can do a little bit more internal financial auditing and process auditing. And so we'll identify those areas by Q4. And I would just say as an aside to that one, I think we've got a decent look at that as we started looking through our enterprise planning software over the last few months. We're looking at SAP. It really does touch every part of the operation, so we got to get a good sense for which operations may need to be improved and more efficient over time. And I think we'll take an even deeper dive on that over here this summer as we start really getting kind of more focused on the software needs and the process improvements around that change. So I'm actually pretty excited for that, item D. And then finally, item E there, this is a partnership we have with communications and Adrian's team, just making sure that we're being proactive to our customer base about financial successes that we do have as we're investing in key projects, as we're getting grant applications and grant awards, just really making sure that we are making everyone aware of that, and we're able to celebrate the success and the kind of accomplishments of the team in terms of reducing our overall burden on the ratepayers for the projects we have going forward. So that rounds out the year 1 items that we have in our financial transparency goal here. And overall, this is my last slide for fiscal responsibility. So I'm happy to take any questions from the board or the public.
Looks good to me. Brett, I just one small comment. I think you touched on it a little bit, but we've had a lot of discussion about auxiliary revenue sources that we can review and optimize. We've talked a little bit about cell phone towers. We've talked about buildings and facility opportunities. QR codes potentially as a source for donations. So I think somehow this year we should put some energy and focus on it. I don't know if you want an ad hoc committee or a goal for your group, or it could help fund the grant programs for lower income folks and look at what I think are some pretty exciting opportunities for us beyond what our normal rate paying.
Yeah, I'm happy to take a look at that. Yeah, I think it's one of those things where we have some good policies in place, I think, right now, and I think there's always room for improvement, and so we can take a look at that as we look at maybe our overall fee structure and how we're bringing revenue in and how we can get better at that.
Brett, thanks a lot for a great summary. We often reference the different federal funding sources, state funding sources, and it's quite a mix of different agencies that administer these resources and a lot of different acronyms. I don't know if this would be under your group or maybe Sean and the grants group, but it would be great to have maybe a summary in one of our meetings on all of the key funding sources that are available, who administers those, some of just the basic requirements and regulations, just so it's easier to follow these types of discussions, WRDA, WIFIA, et cetera.
Yeah, I think that's something we can do.
So I wanted to understand that. So you're talking about generally grant and low interest loans that are coming from state or other federal or other potential entities outside of the district.
Yeah, just so I think, well, just at least for me,
Right.
it would be helpful to be
Right.
more cognizant of these
good.
different opportunities, who's administering them, and which ones are really most in line or aligned with our activities.
Yeah, I think that works well in that we have a update on our grant program coming up to the board, and we could weave that in at that time is what I was thinking.
If there aren't any more comments from the directors, just want to let you know there are no comments from the public either.
We're making time.
Yeah,
We
I think
could
I
just
think a stretch
hit it.
place would be.
What's that?
Everybody seemed a little glassy,
Okay.
and I don't think it was just Brett. So, so I thought it might be good to just stretch, grab a soda, whatever. Yeah, Paul has a short stand-up routine.
All right. Continuing on, Adrienne Mertens, Communications Public Affairs Manager, here for Goal 5, Organizational Excellence, and the goal statement, support and sustain an innovative organization that lives by its values, leads by example, delivers valued benefits for its customers, and is regarded as an employer of choice. And just to review, the 5-year objectives for this goal were focused around organizational culture and values, customer experience, industry engagement, growth and leadership, and technology, innovation, and process improvements. And I'll note, this goal is really, and its objectives are really a district-wide emphasis. All of the action items in this goal, or I should say a majority of the action items in this goal really touch on all of the departments and staff of the district. And so starting with objective 1, just to review what's in the strategic plan, this is the organizational culture and values focus. The objective statement, cultivate a meaningful work environment that successfully recruits, retains, and develops an engaged, high-performing, mission and values-focused team. This was a pretty meaty objective. We have 10 action items in the strategic plan, and you'll see with all of the check marks that we are initiating work in all 10 of those areas in some way in this first year. And so looking at the work plan for objective 1, first, by focusing on our recruitment collateral and some work we want to do to strengthen those materials. We've identified kind of 2 different actions. First, we are planning a redesign of the district's employment web landing page, and we really want to add new features to that page, improve the navigation first for prospective employees, as well as our own employees, but also showcase district accomplishments here, create some new sections that also provide a better sense of the workplace culture as well, and just make that page more dynamic as a recruitment tool. And then second, staff will be working working to refine our recruitment collateral, and that's really to help maximize our reach across the different platforms that we use for recruitment here at the district, so that we can be sure we're doing all we can to attract diverse applicant pools. And so we are hoping to complete that website update by quarter 3, and then launch our recruitment collateral in Q1, and that work's begun. Communications department's been working with HR quite a bit on some new materials that you'll be seeing soon. And then for item B, recruitment partnerships with community organizations, community-based organizations, colleges and trade schools. For this action item in the first year, we'll be working to identify a list of local recruitment events, career fairs, and other networking opportunities, and so that we can work to strengthen our relationships with the local community and do more work to try to diverse from local candidate pools, and specifically with an emphasis on our underserved communities, and trying to attract non-traditional applicants to our job opportunities. And so we want to put that list together by Q1 and then plan to attend events throughout the rest of the year. And then item C and E on here, so we have combined those from the strategic plan, and I'll explain why. So first we have the redesign of a welcoming onboarding process. That was item C in the strat plan, and then action item E was develop a district-wide employee training program. We've combined those for year 1 work plan, because really to make those two things happen, the first step is hiring a new HR training program coordinator, and that position is really going to be working with district staff to develop the approach for a district-wide training program, and that initial focus for a training program will be on the employee onboarding experience. There's quite a bit of training and just onboarding and familiarization with the district that goes into onboarding, and they'll be taking a fresh look at it, working with staff to come up with what's needed to strengthen and improve that experience. And so we are planning to have that position hired by Q2, and then have the onboarding program developed by Q4. And then item D, diversity, equity, and inclusion training. And I think in the strat plan, the action item is actually to complete that training. And we are on track. HR has been working through DEI training throughout the district with all staff over the last few months, and we're on track for having that completed in Q1. And then out of that, we do plan to follow up with initiatives that can continue to reinforce and continue to build and develop those skill sets that are learned from the training. And the plan for developing those initiatives will be produced by Q3. And then finally, item F, employee recognition and appreciation programs. So for this year, the plan is to evaluate our current practices, look at what other agencies are doing as best practice, and also gather broad input from across the district from our staff to develop a plan for kind of reimagining those programs and implementing a more modernized recognition and appreciation program. And the plan for that is we would have a plan developed by Q4 with implementation in the following year. And then continuing with Objective 1, strengthened internal communication strategies. So this year, staff are planning to launch an internal newsletter to do more internal communications with our staff. We plan to launch the first issue by Q4, and then would develop a periodic schedule for when we would produce each new issue. And as part of that project, we are going to be looking at ways to reach employees that aren't on their email as frequently as some of the other staff in the district, so that we can be sure that they're also getting that information. And so we'll be looking at distribution strategies for that. And then item H, employee engagement and organizational improvement. This is in process right now. We are launching, or we have launched an employee engagement survey, and that should be wrapped up this quarter. The actual survey itself and responses from all staff. This survey was meant to measure how engaged staff are within the district, and so obviously we'll be reviewing the results of that survey and pulling out common themes that come up from those results, and then developing an action plan for implementation based on things that come out of the survey. And so again, the survey results will all be in by Q1 with an action plan developed by Q3. And then looking at workplace safety, item I, two different focus areas this year. First, assess and evaluate the district's safety program and identify key initiatives to strengthen and enhance the reach of the program. And the second, you heard about this earlier when Alex was presenting, but coordinate 2 tabletop exercises that'll help prepare and train our staff for response to a natural disaster emergency, and planning to hold one of those tabletops in Q2 and another one in Q4. Item J, work facilities assessment and evaluation, and in the strategic plan that was actually complete the work facilities assessment and evaluation, and that is still on track and is in process now, and the plan would be to incorporate that assessment into the work site facilities plan that Alex covered in Goal 2, Objective 1D, and that's really looking at all of our workplace facilities and opportunities there and needs. And then item K, our staffing assessment. So you'll notice K is not in the strategic plan. This is a separate item that we've added, and I'm going to go ahead and pass over to Ben to touch on this one just a bit.
Yeah, this is an effort to get on paper. There's a lot of discussions, understandably so, that come from the board and certainly staff of where in the area could we benefit from strengthening our resources, adding staff. And, you know, it's a long list. And the idea behind this is within staff to sit around and have discussions, develop criteria on, and come up that we would bring to the board a prioritized list. And prioritized is a key, because that would allow us, once we have that, when we're doing a new budget update, where we'd be able to look at and say, okay, do we have an opportunity to pick 1, 2, X number from the top of the list as the priorities changed? So the organization would have a consensus document, strive for consensus, with staff, where and with the board on, over time, what the priorities look like in terms of internal resources. And so some of the priorities, and just to talk briefly about, but to share, we have a new safety manager, and we have one person now in the safety and emergency response department that, you know, from an industry standard and workload, and you'd look at it and say, you know, that's probably not sufficient. A second person there, for a whole lot of reasons, may make sense. We've talked a lot about the capital program, and as this doubles over, you know, a few years, how do we, whether it's engineers, inspectors, the capital program support staff, and then things like this, where we have a lot of these employee engagement initiatives and opportunities, who's going to see them? And the list will go on and on. So I think this is an important initiative this coming year.
Thanks, Ben. We'll pause there. That's the end of that lengthy objective.
Adrian, this is quite a bit of work right out of the gate, just in Objective 1, but it's an important topic that I think, you know, it's worth the time and energy and input. I'd go back to A and B as kind of one item in general, the recruitment or looking out for, you know, ways to partner. And it would be interesting to see, outside of or in addition to going to events and career fairs, actually engaging with, you know, we're very fortunate there's so many different layers of higher level education in our county and in the Bay Area, and where we can look. I know you mentioned universities later on, but here, looking at what College of Marin is doing specifically at the Indian Valley campus with workforce development, because this industry is not the only one that's having a hard time recruiting based on applicant pool, and a lot of times there's just not training because most of that types of training has gone to the wayside for more technology-driven things, and look to see if the universities, or specifically College of Marin, would even be open to some sort of career track that would provide us with potential employee pool. Would be something to look at, see if their interest is there.
Just to echo what Matt was saying is, I mean, I think you win the most objectives or sub-objectives, but it's worthwhile because the strength of our organization is in its employees, and I think that is a really important part of the work that's being done. This really reflects a lot of effort in recent years, and I really appreciate it. And I think just two things. One thing I think that is occurring, and I'd like to see it stated up here, is, and in part it's kind of tied to your combined C and E, which is when you have a new training program for employees, that's not the end of when training and management occurs for employees who've come on board. Ongoingly, there's employee assessment and partnerships, and sometimes it's in old school language it's performance management or assessments, and I think that in the modern era of how to create a really strong workforce is to recognize that we're looking at creating partnerships between supervisors and who they employ, and making sure that on an annual basis there's clear objectives and goals and assessments, so that can be then fed into employee approach, recognition programs and other such things. I know that already in the last year there has been progress in creating performance review or management programs. I think that's a really important part of creating an organizational culture and values that really help us be the best district that we are. So I'd like to see us actually have that as one of the actions in our 5-year plan, spelled out specifically. And I think there's actually already things that are occurring this year that can be highlighted in achievements.
We've discussed, and you touch on it here, that we're doing another survey, the Gallup one, and the idea of having a potential follow-up one that could be a little bit more tailored to our specific needs. And I think it's important to recognize that the one that was done by the represented employees had very different and unique results to the Gallup one. And so we should recognize that there seems to be a gap, and as much as we can have a very thoughtful approach to really understand our staff happiness and the culture and what we can do. And I don't think we should be afraid of our own employees, kind of like we shouldn't be afraid of our customers, right? We should engage, we should be vulnerable, we should see how we can do better. So I think that should be a part of that. And then Ben, you had mentioned to me the creation of a kind of a culture committee this year that sounds like we'll have a lot more deeper engagement around rewarding and recognizing employees, recognizing retirements, having potentially funds for each department to manage, and then potentially some ideas around input on the strategic plan. Any comments on that and where you think that fits into this year? It sounds like it's a this year thing.
That's going to be part of a very broad and big next step from the survey, where we're going to form an employee group that will look at the results, will identify questions for the follow-up deeper survey, and kind of help oversee all of these different initiatives that include updating the recognition program, that include new employee orientation, that include things like have been put on hold with COVID that we're resurrecting, getting new employees out to the organization with field trips. And really, the list goes on. And right? These sorts of things is important. These don't necessarily aren't as effective, of course, if they come out, the GM had an idea or the board, right? So grassroots energy, excitement, building on this, and tracking and holding ourselves accountable for all these initiatives that you see here with an employee-led effort. So I'm quite excited about it. In fact, I think it's probably the most, today we have a lot of really important initiatives, but I'd say broadly this one may be the most important as I think long-term for the organization.
I think you should add board training to that, at least for incoming board members.
Yeah, in fact, it's a good point, and we do have some policy updates / training coming up that Molly's going to be providing the board. But I understand. You know, this year we did kind of have an opportunity with 3 new board members, and we went through an orientation with them. There's kind of an opportunity to maybe kind of debrief from those 3 and understand what worked and what didn't, and think about, okay, hopefully that won't be as common a practice as this year, from my view. But anyway, it's a good point.
Moving on to objective 2, this is focused on the customer experience, and the objective statement is seek opportunities to enhance the customer experience at every touch point. Another area with quite a bit of action items, and we are moving forward with implementing actions on the majority of the items on this list in the first year. So to start, perform facilities, programs, and outreach accessibility audit. There's kind of 2 focus areas here for year 1. Sorry, you guys, getting a ting on my, scoot it back. There we go. So first, looking specifically at our facilities and those areas that are visited by the public and the lobbies of our buildings, other public access points throughout the district facilities, would be to complete an accessibility audit and roll that into that worksite facilities planning process that we're doing through an update to our ADA assessment and transition plan, so that as we're updating our workspaces, we're also taking that into consideration and making sure we're doing everything we can to make our facilities as accessible as possible for customers. And then the second piece of that is the digital piece, and that's a review of our website for accessibility improvements. And so in year 1, we do plan to kind of do an audit of the website, see where we need to make enhancements, where there are areas we can do better, and then develop our schedule for completing those improvements. Some of them may be simpler, some may require outside help. And we plan, the plan for that will be developed by Q3. And then key messaging and visual brand identity. And this was really to develop some internal protocols for that, just to make sure that we're consistent in our messaging and how we communicate with the public, and kind of take opportunities where possible to remind customers and highlight our service value. And so we'll be taking a look at our district materials and trying to do more to standardize those that are highly visible. We've for sure identified our CIP signage as one of those areas we want to do that. And so when we have large projects that are out in the community, or small actually, where there's opportunity and real estate to do so, standardizing the signage that would go out there and coming up with a tagline and some other branding that makes it clear why this is an important project for the community, and that it's really an investment back into their water system. And so we plan to have that new template sign done by Q2. And those will start being incorporated into all of our projects. And then item D, data-driven targeted water efficiency outreach campaigns. You heard about this from Paul in Goal 1. But there's really two parts to this one. First is implementation of our seasonal water efficiency campaigns, and really targeted to our higher water users. And we're looking at our data, we're looking at our water usage, and using new tools to try to reach those customers. In the recent communications committee update, I shared some of that work. We're doing both digital advertising as well as targeted mailings to really reach those individuals. I know Director Schmidt had the comment earlier about, thinking about the upcoming summer season, and certainly as we're winding down on our winter campaigns and looking forward to that, and definitely thinking about how to get that message out ahead of high bills this summer. And that's ongoing, obviously, with changing throughout the seasons. And then the second part is supporting that pilot AMI deployment effort, which would get underway around the Q2, Q3 timeline, and communications will have an important role in that as we test out different levels of support and outreach for customers with that rollout. And then item C, creative storytelling campaigns and techniques for communicating about our priorities and initiatives here in the district. So this will be happening in all 4 quarters of this year. We've got stuff going on right now, but really it's to use kind of new tools and creative ideas to come up with ways to connect with our customers about the important work we're doing. We have 2 video projects planned for the year. One is around our water supply roadmap work and really telling the story of how we got to that point, and what we're doing going forward. And then the second is a video that really tells the story of water's journey from reservoir to tap. And so we look forward to launching those and have started to put work into both those projects. And then you got a preview at our comms committee meeting about some outreach event displays that we're working on and preparing for the summer season. And then item G, engagement with local municipalities. So this is really an opportunity for the district to get out in front of the towns and cities councils at their meetings and let them know about important work that's happening in the district and things that matter to them and their constituents. And so to do that, we'll be developing a schedule first of that, of where we'll be. And our goal is to go to our first meeting in Q2, and then we'll aim for 1 meeting per quarter after that, rotating around to the different cities and towns, and obviously working with the board for the areas that you represent. All right, and then objective 3. Oh, sorry, I'm just in the zone. I'll take questions or comments.
Adrian, I've been seeing all the social media work that you've been doing, how that aligns with the newsletters. It's always inspiring when I see it, but I also, I recognize, and it's, I think illustrated again here, how much work it is to manage all of these different outreach and branding efforts. Through this next year of activity, is there any opportunity to identify activities that are more productive than others so that you're learning from this and there may be a way then to drill down in future years on the more productive?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think we're already doing a little of that within the activities. We have fine-tuning what we do on each one. We're fine-tuning our platforms. You brought up social media. That's one where we're really taking a look at the content and how different things are performing on different platforms and saying, you know what, maybe not so much of this item on this platform, and making those decisions to scale back. And then also in our outreach events that we attend, the last 2 years, we've really gotten a pulse on what works well, what doesn't, for the types of engagement that we're trying to have with customers. And so we've been able to kind of establish our criteria, which I did share at the comms committee meeting a little bit, and how we decide on what events we're attending and not. And that's helped too. Those are very resource intensive, or staff intensive events. And so we want to make sure that we're getting the most out of them. But yes, that's a really good question, and one that we definitely need to keep doing to manage all of the work, obviously. And it's not just me. I have 2 other members of the communications team, and obviously get support on specific projects from other district staff. But it's a big strat plan in general, so yeah.
Adrian, one suggestion. I had a little PTSD coming into this organization because there was a last company I was CEO of was about the same size. And I felt like the organization was like afraid of its own staff and afraid of its own customers, kind of. It's like, we don't want to piss them off and they might yell at us. I think we've made tremendous strides in the last year. And as I look at customer experience, I think about the reputation of Marin Water. And it definitely took some hits in the press and otherwise. And I feel like we're moving in the right direction, but I feel like we should measure it. Kind of like what we're doing with the staff and understanding staff satisfaction and opportunities to help with our culture. I'd love to see the simplest possible survey to our customers that asks if they were happy last year or not, this year comparatively, and the future. Yeah, and potentially, if you want to go a little more data, but I wouldn't have more than just a few questions like, what's your primary area of interest? Is it watershed? Is it finance? Is it operations? Is it the key things that may drive why they may be happy or unhappy? And I'd love to see a goal for us to, I guess the nicest way to say it is to have the best reputation possible in the coming years.
That's a very interesting. I mean, I should let you continue. Consumer surveys.
Yeah,
where are we?
We did do a consumer survey this past summer. The district's average doing one about every 4 years. In looking back, if we feel like there's more frequency needed, that's certainly something we can look at. I think we'd want them to be statistically significant. And so working with that outside firm really helps to do that. But I mean, that's something we could look at. Ben, you want to change?
I think, Adrian, maybe the next comms committee, we could bring the one we did and the prior one that I found interesting as well, just what we did, what the results were, and get feedback from the board on a timing for another one and how this information look, and just kind of build on the comment, I think.
Sounds good. All right. So moving into objective 3, industry engagement, growth, and leadership. The objective statement, engage with the water industry to seek knowledge and best practices from other professionals and to contribute the district's expertise and experiences to the field. This one had 3 action items. We are implementing work on all 3 in the next year. First was a focus on industry associations. You did hear about this one earlier from Alex. So this is to develop an operations and maintenance departmental team, the pipe tapping team, as Alex's item referenced it. But this is really a chance to get our staff that maybe wouldn't otherwise attend conferences or outside industry events more engaged and involved. And so we're looking to get that team assembled by Q2. And then professional development opportunities. So this one would be an ongoing item, and it's really encouraging all of our staff at all levels of the organization to engage in professional associations that are applicable to their work by submitting abstracts, awards, joining committees, and other types of engagements throughout the industry. And then finally, item C, stakeholder collaboration and communication. This one's a bit broad because it applies to all areas, professional areas of the district, but develop a stakeholder list in this year that would identify key contacts that we want to be sure to connect with for ongoing relationship building and communications. You've heard about that a little in each of the goals and kind of specific focus areas, but it does apply to other departmental areas as well, communications, HR certainly, just to name a couple. And we would establish that list by Q2, and obviously relationship building would happen following that. And I'll pause there. All right. And then objective 4, technology, innovation, and process improvements. The objective statement, strengthen efficiencies, business services, and innovation by modernizing essential processes, partnering with others, and investing in strategic technology. We are taking action on 4 of these items in the first year. And so first, starting with item A, upgrading our intranet. And so in this year, there's a bit of a process that happens to get there, but we will be implementing Microsoft M365 services throughout the district. And as part of the suite of services that come with M365, we would be utilizing SharePoint, the online application, as our new intranet. This is quite a bit of work. We'll be migrating off of our legacy intranet system that we've been using.
So I just wanted to point out, Adrian, that just for clarity, this is intranet, not internet, and maybe you're all familiar with it. This is really internal to the organization to assist. Our current system is very clunky. This one little item is going to bring a lot of benefit throughout the organization. It's very big.
Yeah, thank you. That is a very important distinction. But certainly one I think a lot of district employees are very excited about, myself included. And so there'll be migration work, we'll be training staff on how to use the system, naming conventions for filing and all that. And so we plan to have that in use district-wide by Q4 of this year. And then item D, academia partnerships. And so for this goal, for this item, this year we want to identify opportunities to engage with University of Cal Berkeley or other institutions. And really our goal for this year with this item is to establish a link with a university research group for a project of priority to the district or another water issue. I think we're still going to be doing some work to find the best fit, but really we want to work with an academic group. And Ben, I see you moving like you might want to add something. Oh, okay. And then item F, AMI conversion and associated customer portal. We spent quite a bit of time talking about this in Goal 1, Objective 1. So there's some overlap here. And then item G, SAP selection, implementation, and operational integration. This is obviously a very big project. It's the last item on our list, but certainly not least. And so for this year, to really get this effort underway, we'd be performing a business capability modeling across all of our departments to establish our recommendation regarding whether we're upgrading our existing SAP system or we're doing a total replacement of the system with the new product. And so we would be performing that needs assessment and then developing a vendor selection RFP to get that process underway. And so in Q1, we're beginning the modeling with all departments, and then vendor selection would happen by Q4. And I will pause there.
What kind of academia project are you thinking of studying? Pretty broad.
Yeah, it's broad. There's a number of efforts. Historically, we've done work with Davis on forest health. There's more opportunities there. Berkeley has developed a partnership with East Bay Mud and others, and there's opportunities to get involved in that separately or as part of an existing project where, in fact, President Cush and I have a meeting with Professor Sedlak, who has set this program up at Berkeley, just to engage and see what opportunities from his view there exists. So yes, there's opportunities, and I think this indicates a interest from the board that staff's going to follow up on and report out on what we see, and over time develop a schedule of specific activities.
Cool. I might give a push or suggestion that you look at how we can better study the water quality in some of our most underserved communities, and the Canal and Marin City and others. And it may go even beyond like our responsibility up to the meters, but I think there's a lot of opportunity for us to see how we can help these folks better. And I know Marin City in particular is already working with UC Berkeley, so there may be ways we can partner with them on that.
Ben, it's so hard not to say something on this. When it comes to, one of the light bulbs that has gone off for me in the last year is the need for water treatment supply options that we can turn on and off. And, when we talk about desal and wastewater reuse, those are currently really technologies that we can't, once we turn them on, you can't turn them off and restart them again. And that makes it very difficult to implement, right? And I think that's maybe something that isn't discussed enough in the, the considerations of water reuse, and I think we hear about it more in desal, but it's essentially the same technology. I wonder if one of our objectives here may be to also evaluate emerging technologies that would be suited for turning on and off down the road. I'm guessing there's nothing available now, but I suspect we're not going to be able to implement wastewater reuse and possibly even desal, at least on a very localized level, until those types of technologies are available. So if we know the timeline for when those technologies might be available, it makes us smarter about how much effort we put into them now and how we think about planning for and integrating them into our water supply.
It's a good comment. I think, the horizon for something new, I was just this past couple of days at a national water reuse conference in Denver, and one thing was interesting to me in that I was talking to Metropolitan Water, and they are partnering. Basically, Metropolitan Water, right, is the largest water player in California, if not the country, retailer for just a big chunk of Southern California. And they're partnering with LA County San District, who I have to believe is the largest sanitary district in California, if not well beyond, on water recycling. And, down the road in their plan is looking at IPR and DPR, specifically DPR. And part of their plans are to do extensive research themselves to demonstrate that the new California regs are too stringent, because they're looking at it and concluding it's not affordable. And they're looking at other states. So part of why I'm bringing it up is there is a size and capacity to agencies, and I do think it makes sense that Metropolitan Water is the lead in this, because the resources is really on a complete different scale to us. There's no comparison, and they have the ability from a political standpoint, a technical standpoint, and overall wherewithal to drive technology and to drive regulations in a way an agency our size really doesn't have. So I think for us, working on these kinds of things, it's really selecting the right project that makes sense for us and understanding. In some other instances, we're probably best suited to benefit from the technology advancements that are happening broadly in the industry and be somewhat on the sidelines. So I'm not saying I want to be on the sidelines. I'm saying is sort of topic specific for us. And when you work with universities, for example, the time frame is very different than we want to get something done today. You have to be in it for the long term to advance a state of knowledge. And again, you look at the size agency of how much should we support it and how. But it's very interesting, and we all in staff appreciate we have these world-class universities in our backyard, and how do we do a better job in a thoughtful way of engaging and partnering with them.
I agree with you completely, Ben. I was going to suggest that the effort, I don't know that David Sedlak is where I would start. Sedlak's a water chemist like me. Illinois graduate, he's a good guy, but he's not somebody who's process-oriented at all. I mean, he's, like I say, he's a water chemist. Good water quality person. I think maybe the effort would be better spent lobbying Aqua, very frankly, or MWD. Ben's exactly right. MWD probably has more people in R&D than MMWD has in total. That's how significant they are. And the other place I would think about lobbying, and by lobbying I mean going there and talking to them, is the Department of Drinking Water, DDW, which is part of the health department, the cats that actually run the show. And it seems to me that DDW would, because ultimately every single process that's used in California has to be approved by DDW. It has to get its stamp of approval. So I would say learning from them, they could enlighten. They know about these issues you're talking about.
Yeah, Larry, I completely agree, and also Ben, I see no scope in our ability to participate in substantial technology development. Absolutely not. But if we can get smarter about what is actually happening through these collaborations, it allows us to better understand what's feasible and what's not. And again, just coming back, so the onerous regulations, understanding how those might evolve is part of that, but also just knowing that at the moment, no matter how much we want it, we can't afford wastewater reuse. We just can't, because once we set that up and start it running, water prices will go up fivefold. So until there's a system that does allow us to, essentially function when we need it and not when we don't need it, it's, I'm not sure that we would want to spend a lot of time talking about it. And if through collaboration we understand that those types of technologies might be available 5 years, 10 years, that's when we put it into the portfolio and say, okay, in 10 years, this is going to start to become a priority for us, because that's when we think the technologies are available. I think it helps us maybe eliminating things is, as I think it's been said before, is as important as, identifying new opportunities.
Well, I repeat my position. David Sedlak, I don't think is the right guy. George Chabanoglos, retired professor at Davis, was on the committee that set the reclaimed water standards. I think George has an excellent view of this, and plus he's a delight to talk to. I could see a very valuable meeting with him. George he's 86, but he's doing fine. And he just testified for us in San Jose. So, George hitting on all cylinders. And he really has that kind of view that you're talking about. He could address changing technology. Okay, he's shy in that he doesn't like to position himself in the position he's actually in, which I believe is the #1 sanitary engineer in the world. But George thinks big, and I've asked him what change the standards will make in the application of reclaimed water. He thinks it'll make no change. And these things are not that resistant to being shut off. When we say those kind of things, what we're talking about is you have to do something. You can't just turn it off. You have to poison it with an approved poison that sterilizes the membranes so you can leave them off. It isn't like you can't do it. It's just a pain in the ass.
So, Jed, I think your comment was well received about a broad scope here in the academic piece. But I think, without getting too deep in the weeds, I think there's a bunch of different opportunities here. I led with this with the health of the watershed, because it really is a really great research field in our backyard. And if we can have folks come and set up shop near your office and be able to use it as a remote workstation, I thought that's where we're going. But to be able to include those other technologies so that we just have a way to stay up to date on what's going on and to make those 5- and 10-year decisions in an informed way, I think makes the most sense.
I think the way to stay up to date is to attend things like the American Water Works Association meeting. That is the state of the art. Or the meeting that Ben was just at, the recycling guys. There are people so deep in this that have been in it longer than I have. And, you know, there's a lot of information out there. The problem is when you're a water agency, you know, we produce drinking water. So experimentation isn't really something that fits, you know, with what we do. Our job is to make safe drinking water. And it's pretty prescribed business. The standards are set. And we have to meet them. So, you know, keep that in mind in your thinking. But like I say, the real action is in Anaheim in June, the meeting Ben just went to. And there's 3 or 4 or 5 of these a year. And all the folks are happy to talk about their work. So there's a lot of information on the table.
We have one public comment, Mr. Larry Minikis.
It's hour 5. I intend to be brief. Adrian, thank you for having stakeholder engagement included in that. I hadn't seen that earlier. I appreciate that. On this last slide, I would suggest one addition, and that is to study how AI is going to be incorporated into the district in the future. And this is not about reducing jobs. This is about improving efficiencies and reducing costs. And if any of you do a search on water districts or water industry and AI, there's actually a lot going on right now. And I think it's just really important that this be part of what you're doing at this point. And also, I'd like to wish everyone Happy Pi Day 3.14.1593565. I think something like that. Thank you all.
There are no further comments.
I think that's an interesting comment, Larry. And I think the other one is because my biggest concern is probably the implementation of AI is by the Chinese or the Russians against us, as opposed to for us. I think that perhaps we should add on a task which is ensuring to our best of our ability that we don't get hacked. Because, you know, we talked about how people view the water district. The last thing we need is something like fluoride being cranked up to 25 parts per million before we realize it, because somebody's taken over the controls of our dose feed pumps. So I agree with you completely. I could just do it. Okay, so we made it through our 5 goals. Our thought in terms of the next steps of this annual plan are Charles and others have tracked all the comments, and we have flip charts that staff will be taking back. And my thought is at an upcoming board meeting, we would bring an updated annual plan, but first we'd review all the comments from today. We'd identify what comments drove some edits to the annual plan that we presented today, and we would have that available. And we'd identify the comments that weren't necessarily modifying the annual plan, how those comments will be addressed. So that'll be at a soon upcoming board meeting. I did want to, of course, thank all the staff that put on the event today, quite a lot of planning. Thank the presenters, and note that in the interest of time, we had one presenter per goal, but what was obvious, I think, to everyone who saw this, you know, Vicki didn't present today. She's got a big piece in this, same with Darren, and right, it's an organizational effort ahead of us. And we will be coming back quarterly to give updates to the board on progress of this. And I personally just feel the need to appreciate the board today. I guess just with a sense of support
that I feel for the work of staff. I thought the comments were just on point and interesting and thoughtful. And, you know, it just is really setting the table for a great upcoming year. So thank you for that. So any final comments from anyone, or?
Just to make sure that as much as you can have the full staff and represented folks be able to comment on our strategic plan and somehow report that back. I think.
Yeah, no, that's a good point.
We got one in the room, but it'd be good if we.
Yeah, no, you and I have talked about that, and we did make a concerted effort to connect with, it's not all the staff of the organization, but a pretty good percent had the opportunity to review and weigh in on the annual plan that you saw today. I'm going to be going out with select senior managers and managers to their work group and reviewing in detail the strategic plan, the annual work plan, the process ahead of us, and really sharing kind of the energy and excitement on this upcoming year. So we absolutely are planning on that. Any other comments?
I mean, I think I won't say that I'm speaking for the whole board, but I suspect that I am by saying a huge thank you to all the staff for all the work that it obviously goes into presenting and putting this information together, developing these materials. I think also I really appreciate in partnership, Ben, to what you're saying, which is I feel that the dialogue between the board and the staff is really informative and thoughtful. I think we're all in partnership in what we're trying to do, and I appreciate the thoughtful feedback. We're trying to do our best here, and the best that will come out of it is when we talk about these ideas and we have dialogue back and forth and engagement with our community that also have ideas and very much a stake in the health and well-being of our district. So very big thank you to all the work that went into this and the spirit with which it was done, and look forward to finalizing this and the things we do next.
Okay, so we all probably have something to do for the next 2 hours that we have blocked off. So thank you all.